1, 2. You got the vision, you got the elbow, chin is being tucked in, and whenever you can, you dive in, boom, and you might be able also to create your way and of course get out of this scenario, hopefully safe. Thank you, Leo, for your help. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Lidar Lazi, coming to you live from Israel, bringing you all the biggest headlines from the region. At this hour, U.S. and Iranian officials are meeting in Geneva for a second round of negotiations aimed at curbing Tehran's nuclear program and averting war. The talks follow earlier indirect discussions in Oman, the first since Israel and the United States struck Iran's key nuclear sites during a brief conflict in June. The diplomacy comes amid a major American military buildup in the region as tensions mount following last month's mass protests in Iran, where authorities' brutal crackdown has been accused of killing thousands. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi will meet White House envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner in Geneva, with Oman serving as the mediator. Araghchi said he is in Geneva with real ideas to achieve a fair and equitable deal, but added that Tehran will not submit to threats. Tehran has indicated it will accept limits on its nuclear program for economic sanctions relief, but refuses to give up the right to enrich uranium. Washington wants the talks to also cover Iran's ballistic missiles and support for armed groups, issues Iran calls non-negotiable. These high-stakes talks could determine whether diplomacy prevails or the region faces further escalation. Meanwhile, U.S. President Donald Trump says he will be involved indirectly in the Iran talks. Listen to what he had to say to reporters on Air Force One.
What are you expecting from these Iran talks in Geneva tomorrow?
So I'll be involved in those talks indirectly, and they'll be very important. We'll see what can happen. It's been typically, Iran's a very tough negotiator. They're good negotiators, or bad negotiators. I would say they're bad negotiators because we could have had a deal instead of sending the B-2s in to knock out their nuclear potential, and we had to send the B-2s. I hope they're going to be more reasonable. They want to make a deal.
And meanwhile, visiting U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham said that President Trump will decide between war and a deal with Iran within weeks and not months. Speaking at a press conference in Tel Aviv, he had this to say.
My presence here today is to reassure the Israeli people there is no light or gaps between President Trump and Bibi about what to do and how to do it. There are two lines in the water right now. One's a diplomatic line, trying to find a way to end this regime diplomatically that will advance our national security interest. The other line is the military option. I think President Trump is looking for which line can catch the biggest fish. The bottom line is we're into weeks, not months, in terms of decision making.
And meanwhile, Iran held live military exercises in the Strait of Hormuz just one day before the talks with the United States in Geneva. An apparent show of force as President Donald Trump threatens military action and even regime change if the diplomacy fails. The drills were described by Iranian state media as a response to, quote, potential security and military threats. The exercises involve both the regular Iranian Navy and the naval arm of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, including fast attack boats, submarines, drones, and coastal missile batteries. So far, there are no reports of direct incidents with commercial or foreign military vessels, but shipbuilding companies are closely monitoring the situation. Iran has in the past threatened to close the strait in response to sanctions or military pressure, though it has never followed through. The exercises are expected to continue for several days, and the timing comes amid a U.S. military buildup in the region, including the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln. The USS Gerald Ford is reportedly en route, and multiple warships deployed across the Persian Gulf, the Arabian Sea, the Red Sea, and the Eastern Mediterranean. Analysts say Tehran is signaling it could disrupt shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, a critical energy choke point through which about 20% of global oil supplies pass. With military forces on alert and diplomacy hanging in the balance, the risk of escalation still remains very high. And so joining us now with more on the diplomatic talks between the United States and the Islamic Republic of Iran, and the second round of talks taking place, is Ambassador Dani Ayalon, former Israeli ambassador to the United States. Thank you for joining us.
My pleasure, Lidar.
So a second round of talks taking place today. U.S. President Trump now saying he's going to be indirectly involved and expressing real optimism that a deal is going to be reached. So what is your assessment? What is your analysis of all of this, of the second round of talks today?
Well, I'm afraid the optimism now by anyone is premature. I think that the talks in Geneva should be a moment of truth, because we know the Iranian pattern of procrastinating, of prolonging, of deceiving, just in order to make themselves strong. And we know that their tactics of negotiation is very wily, very sneaky. I hope that Trump, given the experience, the bad experience of Obama in 2015, would hold it in totally different way. What I mean is that in 2015, Iran was also on the verge of economic collapse at the time, and it was facing the six most, let's say, the strongest nations in the world. So the negotiation should have concluded with a very strict agreement that would not allow Iran to keep their enrichment capabilities, let alone the other threats that they pose with the missiles and the proxies that they have in the region. But it came out even, like as if Iran was on par with all these nations. This time, I hope, is different, because now there is a credible military threat with the American buildup around Iran and in the Gulf. So I hope that the Americans understand that it should not be on par. It should not be sanctions vis-a-vis enrichment capability. The Iranians say, okay, we can lower the enrichment to not any specified number. You know, could be 20%, could be 3%. It doesn't matter. Once they keep the enrichment on Iranian soil, they can always breach it and make it higher. Also, given the fact that they were cheating all along, and we know that, posing a threat through their proxies throughout the region, not just to Israel. Also, they did not retract on their threat and their desire to eliminate the Jewish state. All these issues should be on the table, and some of them should be unnegotiable. Certainly, given the fact that the Americans now in a position to really bring about an agreement which would make the region much safer. And that is not only totally banning any enrichment of uranium on Iranian soil and dismantling their missile capabilities, or certainly limit its range.
So I do want to ask you, because, you know, as you're saying, the United States is holding all the cards, it seems. So the focus seems to be on the nuclear issue alone. You know, the United States has said that the ballistic missile and terror proxy programs are on the agenda. Iran is saying they're not on the agenda. So what's happening on that front? Are the negotiations also addressing the ballistic missile and the terror proxy programs, which, as you said, pose a direct threat to Israel and to, Western civilization?
This is one of the key issues, because I don't think that Iran is in a position to dictate or issue any ultimatums or any threats. They may do it maybe for internal consumption, but when we come to the negotiations in Geneva behind the closed doors, I think that the American position should be very, very clear. And now, with all the advantages and with all the leverage that the United States has on Iran now, if today we cannot get an agreement which will defang Iran from all its threats, then it will never happen. So this is a moment of truth, and I believe that we will know soon where it's going to be. What we see is that the delegation from Iran is a very robust, a lot of people, many experts that understand all the intricacies. On the other hand, on the American side, we have more of political echelon. I don't think that Witkoff or Kushner understand much all the, let's say, the intricacies and complexities of an agreement. So from their point of view, I think they should just have an answer from Iran. Are you ready to eliminate enrichment, to bring down and scale down the missile capabilities, and stop financing and assisting proxies? This is what should be on the table, with yes and no questions by Iran.
I mean, you mentioned all of this and defanging Iran, but at the end of the day, any agreement that the U.S. would reach would be reached with this regime. Now, how do you reconcile that with, sort of the famous tweet that President Trump said, help is on the way? How do you reconcile that with the promises that he's made to the Iranian people? Can that even be addressed in any negotiation? Because at the end of the day, they're negotiating with the regime, the very same regime that murdered its own citizens. And it's almost as though they're sending a lifeline to this regime, allowing it to stay in power rather than trying to bring about regime change. So, I mean, how can the president reconcile that with any agreement that they bring forward?
Yes, Lidar, this is a very important point. I'm not sure it's reconcilable, because one should not forget actually that what brought about this latest crisis is because of the butchering of the Iranian regime of their own people. And with time, we see the scope of the enormity of the massacre of the Iranian people, whether it's in the thousands or tens of thousands. It's almost not important. And absolutely, the Iranian people demand, and they deserve having this help. So this is a big question now from a geopolitical and strategic point of view. What would be the ultimate goal of the United States? Is the negotiation in Geneva is just a tactical measure in order to bring about a regime change later on? Or will the American administration, will they be satisfied with just the tactical or technical agreement and keeping this regime, this criminal regime intact? I think this is as we mentioned, a moment of truth for the nuclear agreement. It should also be a moment of truth for the Iranian people and the regime. This is the time to really press on, because the Iranian regime has never been so vulnerable. In the 47 years from the Islamic revolution that took Iran the wrong way, now they are more vulnerable than ever before, economically, militarily, strategically, and even the social tensions from within. And I believe that the Iranian people are willing to really sacrifice and make sure that they get rid of this regime and becoming a democracy again. And for that, the US, on the one hand, should not give any leeway for the Iranian in Geneva. They should demand and not negotiate and not back down. And on the other hand, if indeed we see that the negotiations fail, and it's very likely to fail, then a military offensive by the Americans should, at the end, be with a regime change in Iran, and that can be done.
It can be done. Now, President Trump is, continually threatening war should the diplomacy fail, and the U.S. has sent massive forces to the region with more on the way. I mean, do you believe that the U.S. would relocate all these assets, most likely at tremendous cost, just as a threat to force a deal? Or do you believe that they actually intend to use them when the timing is right?
Well, it would be very hard, actually, to, again, dismantle all this buildup. A third of the American Great Navy now is concentrated in and around the Gulf of Hormuz and Iran itself. So this is why I believe the Americans should not fall into the trap of sweet talks by the Iranians.
Which is something that historically, as you mentioned, has been done. Now, should diplomacy fail and a strike happen at the end of the day, what would Israel's role be in all of this?
Well, I think Israel is already participating immensely by providing very accurate and thorough and deep intelligence of what's happening in Iran and what are the targets to be pursued by the Americans, how to defend the American assets against Iranian missiles. This has already taken place. And of course, the Israeli Air Force, which is probably the best in the world with major capabilities, can also, I would say, complement or supplement American action as well. There is an issue. People talk about Trump maybe hesitating because it's an election year, only in November, there is enough time, but that from the bad experience of Iraq and Afghanistan, a regime change is not something that is on the mind of the Americans. But I think this is different right now because unlike Iraq and Afghanistan, we have the people of Iran ready to cooperate, ready to participate in doing away this regime. And also we know from the experience that we've had recently that by strategic bombing, it can go a long way. And you don't necessarily need boots on the ground to make a major change, except maybe specific surgical special operations, just like in Venezuela, the Delta Force, the SEALs. Mm-hmm. So I think that the concern that the Americans may be bogged in, again, like in Iraq or Afghanistan, I think that should be understood that this is not a threat for the Americans if an operation takes place.
All right. Well, Ambassador Danny Ayalon, thank you so much for your analysis today. These are certainly critical days ahead.
Thank you, Lidal.
And transitioning now to Gaza, representatives of more than 20 countries are beginning to descend on Washington as U.S. President Donald Trump prepares to host the inaugural meeting of the Gaza Board of Peace on Thursday, a summit aimed at advancing reconstruction and post-war security in the Strip. About 24 countries are expected to take part in the first meeting at the level of heads of state and foreign ministers. Israel will be represented by Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar. The summit is expected to provide a major boost to international reconstruction efforts in Gaza. Officials involved in organizing the meeting say member states are set to announce more than $5 billion in pledges for rebuilding the territory. The initiative is also linked to a broader plan that envisions the disarmament of Hamas and a transition to civilian governance backed by a proposed international stabilization force. Several countries, including Indonesia, Greece, Italy, and Cyprus, have indicated a willingness to contribute personnel, though full commitments remain unclear. Several key U.S. allies are choosing not to take part in the Board of Peace, citing concerns over its structure and mandate. The United Kingdom, France, Poland, Norway, Sweden, and Canada have all decided not to join at this stage, with some officials warning the initiative could duplicate or undermine existing United Nations frameworks. Others have raised legal and constitutional questions about formal membership in a body perceived as U.S.-led and outside traditional multilateral channels. And the European Union will attend the inaugural meeting, but as an observer only, signaling engagement, but only on the Gaza issue, stopping short of full participation. Let's hear what they had to say.
So indeed, I can confirm that Commissioner Schwitzer will travel to DC later this week. She will participate in the meeting of the Board of Peace for the specific part dedicated to Gaza. Let me stress that the European Commission is not becoming a member to the Board of Peace. So we are participating in this meeting precisely in our long-standing commitment when it comes to the implementation of the ceasefire in Gaza, but as well as to take part in the international efforts to support reconstruction and the post-war recovery in Gaza.
And not just the European Union, but the Palestinian Authority is also seeking to ensure it receives a spot on the Board of Peace, even though the United States and the international community have insisted on the need of urgent reform in Ramallah. In fact, a new report by Palestinian Media Watch reveals that even though PA Chairman Mahmoud Abbas announced he would reform and end the Pay for Slay program, a program where the PA government pays salaries for life to the families of terrorists who murder Israelis, thereby giving a huge incentive to terrorism, these payments are still continuing. So not much of a reform at all. Joining us now with more on this issue is Itamar Marcus, CEO of Palestinian Media Watch. Itamar, thank you for joining us. Itamar, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you. You don't hear me?
Oh, now we hear you. Yes. So thank you for joining us. I want to jump right in about this report. It's really a groundbreaking report. What did you find out about the Pay for Slay program?
The significance of this report is that the Palestinian Authority is actively deceiving the international community. We talk about a hidden pay for slay amounting to $315 million just this last year. Now, why do they have to hide it? Or how can they hide it? There are prisoners who are in jailed right now, and those people have been receiving their money, their monthly salaries from the Commission of Prisoners. However, in addition to the 8,000 or 9,000 or so, there are 23,000 released prisoners in various places, as well as families of martyrs. And what the Palestinian Authority has done is they've hidden them, literally intending to deceive the international community. They've put them in pensions. They've given them fictitious jobs in various ministries. They've given them fictitious jobs in the security services, so that there are 23,000 Palestinians, both in the PA areas as well as in Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, who are receiving monthly salaries. And it comes to a vast amount of money. And we did the figuring, Palestinian Media Watch. It comes to about, like I said, $315 million a year.
So tremendous amount of money still being funneled into this program. In the report, you also talk about the sort of involvement of Western governments, how they are in effect involved or sort of paying for this program indirectly. I mean, what can you tell us about that?
Yes, it's in fact quite ironic. The Western governments, the European Union, Britain, they decided that they wanted to make sure that they weren't paying the salaries of the terrorists in prison. So they designated their contributions to the PA to pay salaries of the various ministries, to pay the pensions, and to pay the security services. It turns out those are exactly the places where the Palestinian Authority is hiding these 23,000 people. So the Europeans wanted to bypass pay for slay, and in the end, they're directly funding pay for slay by funding these fictitious salaries.
So what essentially needs to be done in terms of, Western governments to ensure that this program is really shut down once and for all? And this is, of course, assuming that Western countries want this program shut down, because it does buy the Palestinian Authority some legitimacy in sort of this radicalized Palestinian society. It keeps them in power. So what does need to be done, though, to end this program once and for all?
I think it's an interesting point you're making. Does the international community want them really to stop this program? And I think the answer is that the international community was shamed, literally shamed, into demanding that they closed the pay-for-slave program. PMW first exposed this in 2011. We went country to country in Europe to members of parliaments, to government. We showed them all the information, and it took them years to demand of the Palestinian Authority that they stop this. And they only did it essentially because they were shamed into, when they were exposed, that they were funding terror. So they were shamed. So when the Palestinian Authority went and hid it, it could be that they almost didn't even mind that the Palestinian Authority hid it. They just want to give the Palestinian Authority money, and they don't care that the Palestinian Authority is hiding these terrorists. And this, of course, is tragic. The impact of pay for slay is not just on the individual terrorists who receive the money. The impact is on the whole society, because it's sending a message to every single Palestinian: if you're a terrorist, you are a hero. If you're a terrorist, the country will reward you. It is putting terror on a pedestal. There is no other profession in the Palestinian Authority where you get immediate payment and immediate salary for life. So terror becomes the ideal in Palestinian society.
Absolutely. And the PA today, though, it is incredibly weak. I mean, most Palestinians that we see from polls, they oppose the PA. And yet it's still trying to get a seat at the table to discuss the future of Gaza on the Board of Peace. Meanwhile, Israel has said that the PA will not have a seat at the table when it comes to Gaza. They will not be involved in a post-war Gaza. So what do you make of all of this? I mean, what's your analysis of the situation today in terms of the PA?
The Palestinian Authority tells its people that it's going to be the ones to rule Gaza. There are right now 8,000 Palestinian security forces that are being trained in Egypt with the belief that eventually they're going to move into Gaza. There are numerous statements by the Palestinian leadership talking about we're going to do a slight reform, and they're talking, when they talk about reform, they're talking about symbolic reform, or I should say administrative reform. We're talking about elections, more transparency. So the PA is acting among its people as if it still rules Gaza and will rule Gaza in the future. And they're basically ignoring everything that the international community is saying. And the Palestinian Authority has Qatar, they have Turkey behind them, and they probably have, and they have Egypt behind them. They have a lot of countries that are a part of this peace board who support them. And I think they are assuming that the Americans eventually will just give in. And let's point out something else here. The Trump administration is not going to be around forever. Any subsequent American president might be the one to reinstate the Palestinian Authority. And I think this is what the PA is hoping for.
They're hoping to just essentially ride it out until the next elections. Exactly.
In any case, Gaza will not be rehabilitated in the next 2 or 3 years. So any time that they would be coming in would be afterward. And meantime, they're acting as if they are the only alternative for the Gaza Strip.
But the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, many who supported Hamas, who continue to support Hamas, they oppose the PA. Is that correct? I mean, what's the word on the street that you're hearing from the Palestinians themselves?
Both Hamas and the Palestinian Authority are seen as corrupt and essentially are hated by the people. Hamas has one major advantage over the Palestinian Authority, and that is that they did October 7th. October 7th is in the Palestinian mindset the most incredible day that they've had since 1948. It was the day where they punished Israel, where they raped Israelis, where they murdered, burned them alive. For them, this is a heroic day, and they're going to be celebrating this forever. Hamas is still heroic even though more than 70,000 people have been killed, according to Hamas numbers, the Palestinian Authority still sees this, the population still sees this as a heroic day. In the last poll that was taken, Palestinians were asked, this is just a few months ago, were asked, was Hamas' decision to attack Israel on October 7th the correct decision? And it's still 60% saying it was the correct decision. 70,000 deaths was worth it to have that one day of heroism in the Palestinian mentality. And these are polls, by the way, Judea and Samaria. This is not Gaza. In Judea and Samaria, 60% say it was the right decision. In other words, 70,000 deaths was worth it. And this is what's so shocking to Israelis, to understand how thrilled they were with murder.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a culture that needs to be de-radicalized. Itamar Marcus, thank you so much for joining us today and for revealing this Pay for Slay program. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
And that's all the time we have at this hour. Join us every hour on the hour here on ILTV for the latest updates coming out of Israel and the region. I'm Ladar Lazi. Thanks for watching. At U Haifa International, academic excellence isn't just a standard, it's a way of life. With 21 English-taught master's programs, world-class faculty, and Israel's top national score in the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings, students grow in every direction.
If you really want to challenge yourself academically, grow in a very diverse community, and be immersed in such an important and significant environment, University of Haifa is the place for you.
Located on the stunning Carmel Ridge, the U Haifa blends academic excellence with a welcoming community.
U Haifa International has a great combination of top-notch academics with a great community of students.
Whether you're pursuing a one-year master's or diving into research, U Haifa gives you the tools, mentorship, and real-life insight to make your mark on the world. U Haifa International. Master your mind, live your Israel experience.
For more than 200 years, when Israel's most vulnerable needed help, Kolel Chabad was there. When families can't afford food, when seniors are alone, when children are struggling to survive, Kolel Chabad steps in with meals, essentials, and dignity. Right now, thousands of families across Israel are counting on that help, and you can make sure it reaches them. Your donation doesn't just give charity, it gives hope, it gives strength, it saves lives. Kolel Chabad, helping Israel one life at a time. Scan the QR code on your screen and give now. Step into the story of Israel's heartland with Blessed by Israel, where every purchase connects you to the land, the people, and the promise. Taste the sweetness of the promised land in their delicious honeys, or wear the story of the land close to your heart with the stunning Special Places of the Land necklace. Behind each product is a family, pioneers living in Judea and Samaria, crafting beauty and goodness from the soil of the Bible. When you buy their creations, you're not only receiving something extraordinary, you're investing in Israel's future, helping small businesses thrive and communities grow strong. Join a movement that celebrates faith, resilience, and hope. Visit blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL, that's BLESSISRAEL, at checkout for 10% off on your first order. Be part of strengthening Israel, one purchase at a time. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Good Week Israel, the show where we recap for you some of the positive highlights coming out of Israel from this week. I'm your host, Deval Klein, and coming up on today's show, Israel makes an appearance at this year's Winter Olympics. Get an inside look at this year's Tel Aviv Aliyah Fair. And this hilarious trend that is currently taking over the internet. We are in the midst of the Winter Olympics taking place in Italy, and as most international competitions, Team Israel does not waste an opportunity to take the stage and represent the Jewish state. Let's have a look at Team Israel and last weekend's opening ceremony.
The Milano Cortina Winter Olympics officially opened over the weekend in Italy, and the 9-member Team Israel stepped onto the world stage under a mixed reception. The Israeli delegation marched into Milan's San Siro Stadium waving the blue and white, smiling and holding their heads high as a smattering of boos was heard, quickly drowned out by music and cheers. Flag bearer Maria Sinyuk led the team as Israel's athletes showed calm and confidence despite expected hostility relating to anti-Israel protesters. Israel has sent 9 Olympians to these games. The message from Team Israel: we are here to compete, to represent the nation, and to stay focused on sport. The small but diverse delegation to the Winter Olympics has athletes competing in alpine skiing, figure skating, cross-country skiing, skeleton, and for the first time ever, bobsled with a 5-member crew. Israel is not considered a medal favorite, but one skier who competes regularly on the World Cup circuit is seen as the country's strongest contender for a high finish as Israel continues to expand its footprint in winter sports.
Now, this next story truly gave me a laugh. Have you heard of the Big Yahoo? Well, apparently that is the nickname given to Prime Minister Netanyahu by teens and young adults on social media. The new viral trend is to use Netanyahu as a sort of savior when you're in a situation you don't really feel like being in. Take a look at some of these examples.
Benjamin Netanyahu! I'm 40 miles away from the supercharger! Please, Mr. Netanyahu, help me! Netanyahu! Save me! Save me! Benjamin Netanyahu! Beat this crime up! And my life is yours! Netanyahu! Save us! Netanyahu! Benjamin Netanyahu, turn it green for the great state of Israel! Benjamin Netanyahu!
If you could please remove the check engine light from my vehicle, I will pledge my allegiance to the great state of Israel!
Benjamin Netanyahu, if you can hear this, please, Benjamin Netanyahu, blow up the kid in Walmart that laughed at me, please.
Okay, here's the deal. In general, the underlying tones, they are negative. But whether it's positive or negative, the truth is it's humorous. People are finally having a laugh at something that has to do with Israel. And honestly, it feels like a breath of fresh air considering that Israel was previously a taboo subject, especially when it comes to Israel rhetoric that we see online. Yes, the ideas insinuated are negative, but from a humorous perspective, it's nice to see the public coming around to Netanyahu, who in reality is a real softie.
מה אתה עושה פה? קיבלתם בייביסיטר? קיבלתם בייביסיטר. איפה הילדים?
And from Prime Minister to President, Herzog spent the last week in Australia. And yes, there were a lot of protests, but here on Good Week Israel, we focus on the good, giving strength to a community in mourning, inspiring for unity, and celebrating Jewish life. That is what came out of Herzog's trip to pay his final respects to the Bondi Beach terror attack victims. Have a look.
These stones from Jerusalem, the eternal city, the eternal capital of Israel, will remain here at Bondi for eternity, in sacred memory of the victims, and as a reminder that the bonds between good people of all faiths and all nations will continue to hold strong in the face of terror.
Paying his respects to the victims of the Bondi Beach massacre during a Hanukkah celebration, President Herzog joined the Jewish community in a touching ceremony. The president laid a wreath with a sash reading, quote, "The President of the State of Israel," and sang a prayer together with community members. Speaking to community members, Herzog reaffirmed Israel's shared values with Australia, claiming that this attack didn't just target the Jews of Australia, but the very values of Western democracies.
Yet, this was also an attack on all Australians. They attacked the values that our democracies treasure: the sanctity of human life, the freedom of religion, tolerance, dignity, and respect. Because we are two democracies that share values together, and we are confronting the roots of evil from all over the world.
And yet, as the president spoke of his shared fight against evil, pro-Palestinian crowds flooded the streets to protest the arrival of the Israeli president. Instead of lamenting the worst attack to happen on Australian soil in decades, Sydney's masses protested the visit. Despite major security being deployed to protect the safety of the president, scuffles erupted between police and protesters. Arrests were made and injuries were reported after the president came to visit and pay his final respects.
And now, are you looking into Israeli real estate? Well, you definitely do not want to be doing it wrong. That I can guarantee. But lucky for you, ILTV had Aliyah IL CEO Eliyahu Kleinman right here in our studio to break down this process. Have a look.
Today we're joined by Eliyahu Kleinman, who works closely with overseas buyers navigating the Israeli real estate market. With so many foreigners investing from abroad, we wanted to talk about the most common mistakes that buyers make, and just as importantly, the opportunities that exist in the Israeli market right now. Eliyahu, thank you so much for joining us today. Pleasure to have you here again. You work with many international buyers. From your experience, what are the most common mistakes that foreigners make when buying property here in Israel?
So basically, there are two main mistakes that we see the clients are doing. First of all, they're assuming that Israel is another star at the American flag, and they think that the Israeli real estate market is like like America or any other place in the world. So when you start assuming things in life and you don't really understand how the process works, how the market works, speaking with the professionals like attorneys who specialize working with the international clients, realtors as us, mortgage brokers, and so first of all, that's the number one mistake, because we're here to protect you as a buyer. And the second thing, that when people look in a deal, look at the price, and they don't look in the big picture. Or what are my guarantees? Who is the builder? And there are so many things that need to be discussed, that it's not only about the price. You need to see the big picture, that eventually what you're buying is what you're going to get. So I think those are the main two things that really to protect the buyer and avoiding making mistakes.
Now, how important is planning? I mean, anytime you're buying a property, you need to plan in advance, but how important is that for an overseas buyer?
First of all, ask yourself, why do I want to buy? Why did I left my contact information about the purchasing in Israel? Once you understand the why, planning your budget, planning if you want to make aliyah, don't make aliyah, but plan your timeline, and really understanding the full picture, as I said before making any decision.
Now, right now in the Israeli market, there are a lot of opportunities. Can you tell us a little bit about what's happening here in Israel, opportunities that may exist for foreign purchasers?
So let's not forget that we are after 2 years, almost 3 years of war, hostages, high interest. Now it's a buyer's market. And so people ask, okay, what does it mean to be in a buyer's market? So there are main three things. The first one is price. You can get a better price to be negotiate with the seller. Second are the terms. If it's the terms of the deal, the payment plan, index, upgrades in the apartments. And the third thing is that when you come to purchase something, you're not in a rush that the apartment will be taken tomorrow. You have the time actually to choose the apartment, to choose the property that will be good for you, because there are days when it's a seller's market, and it happens a lot, that a client is overseas, it comes the next day, and it says, look, the apartment, either the price went up or the apartment is sold. So definitely today it's a buyer's market. We don't know for how long it's going to stay, but now we feel after the war, hostages are back, we feel the prosperity. And I really believe that if someone wants to purchase an apartment in Israel, that's a very good timing for him now. And that's why we're here, to give you the best service and the best deal that suits you as a buyer.
Sounds like it's actually a really good time to enter the Israeli real estate market. But I do want to ask you, before I let you go, if there's someone watching who is interested in purchasing property here in Israel, what advice would you have for them?
Speak with professionals, do your homework, build your team to make this process. It's not an easy process, but if you work with the right professionals and you communicate with them, we're here to make it much smoother and enjoyable.
And you're here to streamline, you guys work to streamline all of those things that you mentioned, the common pitfalls, not working with the professionals and the different obstacles that may come up in purchasing a property, right?
As I said, it's about communication and culture and understanding. Once you try to, not going by the book, so eventually, we heard a lot of people saying, look, I purchased an apartment in Israel, but it's not what I've been told. Because when you try to do things not in the right way, there will be surprises. As I said, it's not like buying abroad. But nonetheless, a good time to buy, right? It is a good time to buy because smart investors and smart buyers know when it's when everyone is quiet and when it's a buyer's market, that's the time to buy. Because when prices are going up and it's a seller's market and everything is there, so you're gonna get less for your money, or you're gonna be your position is weaker. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. Sorry to cut you off there, Eliyahu. You can learn more about buying property and working with Eliyahu here with his professional consultation to make sure that your investment is planned, protected, and of course strategic from day one. Feel free to scan the QR code to get it.
And speaking of new immigrants, what better city to make Aliyah than the cultural hub of Israel, that is Tel Aviv? Have a look at Nefesh B'Nefesh Aliyah Fair in Tel Aviv, bringing together new Olim from all backgrounds to network under one roof. Let's see.
Tel Aviv is a city known for its dynamic rhythm, diversity, and wide range of opportunities. But for new immigrants who come to start fresh, integrating into the city's fast-paced lifestyle can be a challenge. This is where Nefesh B'Nefesh comes to help. On January 28th, Nefesh B'Nefesh welcomed over 300 Olim to its Tel Aviv center in partnership with the Jewish National Fund USA in the Azrieli Tower for the event Meet Tel Aviv, a community fair for Olim in Tel Aviv. For one evening, their center became a vibrant, welcoming meeting place where newcomers were given the opportunity to exchange stories, ask questions, and connect with organizations offering support in every stage of integration.
Tonight we have the Meet Tel Aviv, a community fair for Olim living in Tel Aviv. We have over 20 organizations represented here tonight. We have synagogues, we have sports organizations, we have the Ministry of Aliyah and Integration, we have the Tel Aviv Municipality. Everyone is here with the goal of helping Olim find their people, find ways to meet other people, find activities and things to do so they can really stay in Israel and find their footing.
Tel Aviv remains to be one of the most popular destinations for Olim from North America. Nefesh B'Nefesh, together with the Ministry of Aliyah and Integration, the Jewish Agency for Israel, Karen Kayemet L'Israel, and Jewish National Fund USA, continues to strengthen the networks that help new immigrants transform a new city into a home.
Nefesh acts as this amazing hub, not just for Anglos, but for even locals here who want to get involved with the Olim and immigrant community. So these type of evenings and organizations are really, really important to not just the vitality of Israel, but the vitality of the immigrant community as a whole.
Events like the Meet Tel Aviv serve as a bridge for newcomers, giving them the opportunity to connect with other Olim who have the same struggles, gain access to essential services, and develop the social and professional networks necessary for a seamless transition.
Our mission is to help women that came from all over the world to Israel, Zionists, to integrate into Israel, to make business connections, to get new jobs, to meet friends, to just have a wonderful life in Israel.
The past years have brought a steady increase in North American Aliyah to the city, which highlights the importance of gatherings like this community fair. As these numbers keep rising, events like this play a key role in helping newcomers navigate their transition and build lasting connections in Israel.
I came here looking for community, and it's incredible how many resources there are for Olim who are looking to find that community. I've been really fortunate to kind of build my own community through just random opportunities there are throughout Tel Aviv, and organizations and events like this is just one of the many ways to be able to connect with people.
Well, if it's studying, actually, that you're looking for in Israel, you have to check out U Haifa and what their international program has to offer.
At U Haifa International, academic excellence isn't just a standard, it's a way of life. With 21 English-taught master's programs, world-class faculty, and Israel's top national score in the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings, students grow in every direction.
If you really want to challenge yourself academically, grow in a very diverse community, and be immersed in such an important and significant environment, University of Haifa is the place for you.
Located on the stunning Carmel Ridge, the U Haifa blends academic excellence with a welcoming community.
U Haifa International has a great combination of top-notch academics with a great community of students.
Whether you're pursuing a one-year master's or diving into research, U Haifa gives you the tools, mentorship, and real-life insight to make your mark on the world. U Haifa International. Master your mind, live your Israel experience.
And now let's have a look at what the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews was up to this week.
Shalom, my friends from here in Israel. I'm Yael Eckstein, and here are 2 fellowship projects that you should know about this week. Number 1, we have hundreds of food programs across Israel, and one very special one is a partnership with Leket. In this project, we save fruits and vegetables from the fields of Israel that would otherwise be thrown out, and we distribute it to the poor and needy across Israel. Recently, we had a distribution spot in the most northern Israel city of Kiryat Shmona and in a central Israel city of Netanya. We had over 400 people come to pick up fruits and vegetables, elderly Holocaust survivors, people who have been affected by war. What this means is that everyone asked me to thank you for making this possible. And number 2, although Passover is still months away, at the fellowship we began preparing to provide matzah to the Jewish people in the former Soviet Union. And so here in Israel, in a matzah factory in Bnei Brak, we already began preparing this unleavened bread that we are going to bring into the former Soviet Union, distribute it to Jews in need, and because of that, they will have a happy Passover where they're able to celebrate. Well, there you have it, friends. There are 2 fellowship projects that you now know about. Join me next week, same place, same time, for more updates of what's happening on the ground at the fellowship. Shalom.
And to wrap up Good Week for today, have a look at this exclusive look into Israel's Lahav 443 police unit. Now, without any spoilers, ILTV's India Naftali takes it away.
Now, an ILTV exclusive, Israeli authorities are warning about a growing number of cases involving Israelis recruited online to work for enemy actors. Authorities say since October 7th, Iranian handlers and other hostile groups, including Hezbollah and Hamas, have increased their efforts to approach Israelis through social media, job offers, and fake relationships. ILTV's India Naftali sat down with the investigators working these cases.
That's right, Lidar. There is a growing trend of Israelis spying for Iran and other enemy states. I sat down with Lahav 433, the police unit often described as the Israeli FBI, to understand how these cases begin, how Israelis are recruited by foreign enemies, and what would motivate someone to betray their own country.
Since October 7th, Israeli investigators say Iran and its proxies have dramatically increased attempts to recruit Israelis, often through social media platforms like Telegram, Instagram, Facebook, or even adult websites. Contact usually begins innocently, a job offer, a friendly message, sometimes even a romantic conversation. But authorities say what starts online can quickly turn into espionage and in some cases escalate into planned acts of terror.
So at first it will be go to the supermarket, I want to see product prices, and then tell me what are the prices, take a picture of it. The other one will be take a picture of your ID. I need to know who are you. Open crypto account so I can give you money for what you're doing. And then go to some hospital next to your house. Take a picture of the interest. Tell me how many guards you have there. And it's getting worse and getting worse.
Investigators say that money is the primary motivator. Payments often start at a few hundred shekels and can climb into the tens or even hundreds of thousands. Authorities stress no amount of money is worth betraying your country.
Once we know that there's a person that worked for some enemy, we start to collect evidence about him, and at the right time, we arrest him and doing search at his home, collecting different evidence that can help us at the continuing investigation.
Under Israeli law, spying for an enemy during wartime carries a minimum sentence of 15 years in prison and can lead to life behind bars. Now, what may surprise many is who is being caught. Suspects range from teenagers to older adults, both Jewish and non-Jewish, religious and secular. Some are recent immigrants, while others were born and raised in Israel. But what we do see is that most of the recruitment cases are linked to Iran, but Hezbollah and Hamas are also involved in recruitment. They're all seeking intelligence for future attacks inside Israel. In several cases, police say they intervened just in time.
We prevent persons in different cases right before, they were on the way to hurt somebody or to take a bomb.
Every case also builds a clear picture of how Iranian handlers operate, making future recruitment attempts easier to identify and stop.
If you will have any message from somebody and you see that it's really, really suspicious, like for example, you can't see him, you can't talk with him, he asks you to do things that not make sense for the job offers at first. Maybe to go out and take a picture of places, different places, and it's not make sense. Stop these relationships.
Committing acts of espionage is no small thing. Authorities say even seemingly minor actions can put lives across the country at risk. And while most of these cases never make headlines, investigators say the real impact is measured in what never happens. This includes lives saved before anyone even knows they were at risk. Lidar?
And that's a wrap for today's Good Week Israel. I hope we've helped to deliver some positive news that you get to now take with you into this week ahead. As always, I'm Deborah Klein. Take care, and thank you so much for watching. And today, we once again have the pleasure of hearing from Yael Eckstein, president of the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, as she brings us the latest highlights and inspiring updates from the fellowship's ongoing work.
Shalom, my friends from here in Israel. I'm Yael Eckstein, and here are 2 fellowship projects that you should know about this week. Number 1, we have hundreds of food programs across Israel, and one very special one is a partnership with Leket. In this project, we save fruits and vegetables from the fields of Israel that would otherwise be thrown out, and we distribute it to the poor and needy across Israel. Recently, we had a distribution spot in the most northern Israel city of Kiryat Shmona and in a central Israel city of Netanya. We had over 400 people come to pick up fruits and vegetables, elderly Holocaust survivors, people who have been affected by war. What this means is that everyone asked me to thank you for making this possible. And number 2, although Passover is still months away, at the fellowship we began preparing to provide matzah to the Jewish people in the former Soviet Union. And so here in Israel, in a matzah factory in Bnei Brak, we already began preparing this unleavened bread that we are going to bring into the former Soviet Union, distribute it to Jews in need, and because of that, they will have a happy Passover where they're able to celebrate. Well, there you have it, friends. There are 2 fellowship projects that you now know about. Join me next week, same place, same time, for more updates of what's happening on the ground at the fellowship. Shalom.
And in exciting news, you're invited to join us for the next episode of One-on-One presented by Israel Bonds and ILTV. This episode features Emily Austin, a rising voice in sports media known for speaking openly about her Jewish identity and her support for Israel. At a time when many choose to stay quiet, Emily has been willing to show up as herself and engage in candid and sometimes challenging conversations. Tune in Wednesday, February 18th at 9 p.m. Israel time or 2 p.m. Eastern time for this inspiring virtual program. Scan the QR code to register today.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Devo Klein, coming to you live from Israel, bringing you all the biggest headlines from across the region. Here is everything that you need to know. U.S. and Iranian officials are currently meeting in Geneva for a second round of negotiations aimed at curbing Tehran's nuclear program and averting a potential war. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is meeting White House envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, with Oman serving as mediator. Araghchi said he is in Geneva with, quote, real ideas to achieve a fair but equitable deal, but also added that Tehran will, quote, not submit to threats. Tehran has indicated it will accept limits on its nuclear program for economic sanctions relief, but refuses to give up the right to enrich uranium. Washington wants the talks to also cover Iran's ballistic missile program and support for armed groups, issues Iran calls non-negotiables. These high-stakes talks could determine whether diplomacy prevails or the region faces further escalation. President Donald Trump says he will be involved in the Iran talks, though indirectly. Have a listen.
What are you expecting from these Iran talks in Geneva tomorrow?
So I'll be involved in those talks indirectly, and they'll be very important. We'll see what can happen. It's been typically, Iran's a very tough negotiator. They're good negotiators, or bad negotiators. I would say they're bad negotiators, because we could have had a deal instead of sending the B-2s in to knock out their nuclear potential, and we had to send the B-2s. I hope they're going to be more reasonable. They want to make a deal.
And meanwhile, visiting U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham said that President Trump will decide between war and a deal with Iran within weeks, not months. Speaking at a press conference in Tel Aviv, he had this to say.
My presence here today is to reassure the Israeli people there is no light or gaps between President Trump and Bibi about what to do and how to do it. There are 2 lines in the water right now. One's a diplomatic line, trying to find a way to end this regime diplomatically that will advance our national security interest. The other line is the military option. I think President Trump is looking for which line can catch the biggest fish. The bottom line is we're into weeks, not months, in terms of decision making.
And meanwhile, as diplomacy edges forward, Iran held a live military exercise in the Hormuz Strait just 1 day before nuclear talks with the United States were set to resume. An apparent show of force as President Trump is threatening military action and even regime change if diplomacy fails. The drills were described by Iranian state media as a response to potential security and military threats. The exercise involves both the regular Iranian Navy and the naval arm of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, including fast attack boats, submarines, drones, and coastal missile batteries. So far, there are no reports of direct incidents with commercial or foreign military vessels, but shipping companies are closely monitoring the situation. The timing comes amid a U.S. military buildup in the region,
including the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln, the USS Gerald Ford, and others are reportedly en route, and multiple warships deployed across the Persian Gulf, the Arabian Sea, the Red Sea, and Eastern Mediterranean. Analysts say Tehran is signaling it could disrupt shipping throughout the Strait of Hormuz, a critical energy checkpoint through which about 20% of global oil supplies pass. With military forces on alert and diplomacy hanging in the balance, the risk of escalation remains incredibly high. And transitioning now to Gaza, where representatives of more than 20 countries are beginning to descend on Washington as U.S. President Donald Trump prepares to host the inaugural meeting of the Gaza Board of Peace on Thursday, a summit aimed at advancing reconstruction and post-war security in the Strip. About 24 countries are expected to take part in the first meeting at the level of heads of state and foreign ministers. Israel will be represented by Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar, with officials now involved in organizing the meeting saying that members of state are set to announce more than $5 billion in pledges for rebuilding the territory. And that's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Don't forget to scan the QR code on your screen for more updates. I'm Deva Klein, and thanks for watching.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Ladar Gavelazi, and coming up in today's newscast. Diplomatic efforts continue between the United States and the Islamic Republic of Iran to reach a deal. The Board of Peace is set to convene this week for the first time as Hamas continues to violate the ceasefire. And Israeli basketball player Dani Avdija made history as the first ever Israeli to play in the NBA All-Stars game. The United States and Iran are heading into their second round of talks, even as the second U.S. aircraft carrier speeds toward the region with the threat of a military strike still very much looming. Prime Minister Netanyahu expressed his doubts that a good deal with Iran can be reached. U.S. Secretary of State Rubio conceded that it was complicated to deal with the Ayatollah's regime. More from ILTV's Steve Leibovitz.
U.S. envoys Witkoff and Kushner, as well as Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, are heading to Geneva for this second round of talks hosted by Oman. Iran says the talks are limited to the nuclear issue, while the U.S. has additional demands and says there's a one-month deadline. U.S. Secretary of State Rubio conceded it will be very difficult, if not impossible, to reach a deal with the Ayatollah's regime.
Okay, we're dealing with people who make geopolitical decisions on the basis of pure theology, and it's a complicated thing. I mean, no one's ever been able to do a successful deal with Iran, but we're going to try. Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner will be traveling. I think they're traveling right now to have important meetings, and we'll see how that turns out.
Prime Minister Netanyahu says he's skeptical that any deal can be reached, and Iran cannot be trusted. Netanyahu told the Conference of Presidents Leadership Mission that Trump believed that Iran will not miss the opportunity to reach a deal after learning the lessons of last year's 12-day June war.
I will not hide from you that I express my skepticism of any deal with Iran because, frankly, Iran is reliable on one thing. They lie and they cheat. But I said that if a deal is to be reached, it should have several components that we believe are important not only for the security of Israel, but for the security of the world. There shall be no enrichment capability, not stopping the enrichment process, but dismantle the equipment and the infrastructure that allows you to enrich in the first place.
Meanwhile, anti-regime dissent is continuing from the homes of a growing number of Iranians. Reports from Tehran say residents are chanting slogans against the country's clerical leadership from their balconies and windows. While mass demonstrations have largely subsided, residents of many cities in Iran have recently resumed voicing their opposition from their homes, a tactic seen as lower risk amid continued security pressure. Millions of desperate Iranians are still waiting for President Trump to fulfill his promise that help was on the way.
And joining us now with more on Iran is Benham Ben Talebu, Senior Director of the Iran Program at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Great to be with you. Thank you.
So the Trump administration is insisting on continuing negotiations with the Ayatollah regime. And what kind of remains unclear, there's many conflicting reports, that the negotiations, are they solely focusing on the nuclear issue, or are they also addressing the ballistic missile and regional proxy threat?
Well, even if they did focus solely on the nuclear issue, it would be a mistake to ignore the missile threat, because ballistic missiles can indeed carry weapons of mass destruction like nuclear weapons. So there's an incentive to certainly nest that issue into the larger nuclear complex, if you will. The challenge is the Trump administration, in particular President Trump, has been saying multiple things about what a deal does and does not include in the scope of their negotiations. And I guess right now their goal is to make sure that American allies and American adversaries have to keep hedging to figure out the exact parameters of the nuclear talks.
Mm-hmm. And now President Trump also stated that Operation Midnight Hammer back in June completely destroyed Iran's nuclear program. So if that is the case, I mean, what is there to discuss now regarding the nuclear program? I mean, what threat does the regime pose on this issue today?
Well, what the Operation Midnight Hammer destroyed, and make no mistake, it did destroy 3 major nuclear facilities. It earned a pause. It earned a stop in enrichment in Iran, which we had not seen since April 2006. So that's why it was both historic and impactful. But what the operation took away was the regime's enrichment capacity, meaning how much enrichment it could do at a certain period of time, because it targeted 2 enrichment facilities and 1 larger nuclear complex. But it did not remove entirely Iran's enrichment capability. That enrichment capability is what was actually targeted by the Israelis for the other portion of the 12-day war, to include centrifuge production plants, to include nuclear scientists, to including other nuclear research centers and things of the like. But there still is a lingering capability there, whether you're looking at technical know-how, other facilities, or personnel.
And Israeli and even U.S. officials, we've heard, are expressing skepticism about reaching a deal, a nuclear deal or any other kind of deal. And so even if a deal is reached, can the U.S. trust that the regime will even uphold their end of the deal? Because we know in the past they've lied, they've misled the international community, they've misled atomic inspectors. So can they even be trusted to uphold the deal?
In short, no, but that's, in my view, not even the main reason to have qualms with the deal or with any deal at this moment in time. Because I believe there is no nuclear off-ramp, there is no diplomatic off-ramp to the crisis that has forced this conversation right now. And that crisis, missing from the conversation about talks that are slated to be held in Geneva tomorrow, is that they are going to be on the back end of the worst repression, the worst mass killing from the state against the street in the 47-year history of the Islamic Republic, and also in the past century and a half of contemporary Iranian history. We're looking at that small window of time in January between when 36 to 43,000 protesters were killed by this regime. President Trump not once, not twice, but multiple times offered assistance to the Iranians, said that he would hold those who engaged in the crackdown responsible, and even said that help was on the way. And that's why right now nuclear talks can indeed be disheartening. And one, in my view, medium-term reason that the administration and that the Iranians are actually engaging with the administration is to actually create this impression of the loss of American support in the psyche of Iranian dissidents and in the psyche of Iranian protesters who are banking on that Western assistance. So you're right. Not only is there no trust, and not only is the Islamic Republic keen to run the clock past the Trump administration and say we lived past max pressure 2.0 like we did max pressure 1.0, But right now, again, there is no moral, political, or strategic case for that engagement. But make no mistake, President Trump is as much negotiator-in-chief as he is commander-in-chief, so he's looking to exhaust all options before going back to the use of force.
And it's interesting that you brought that up. That was actually going to be my next question, really, is how can the Trump administration or President Trump reconcile sort of those tweets, help is on the way, urging Iranians to take to the street, and then seeing the Iranian regime cross his red line and yet still go into sort of the diplomacy option? I mean, how does he reconcile that? And should they reach a deal, I mean, what will happen to the Iranian people?
Well, it's critical that he does reconcile that for three reasons, in my view. One, political, is that the Trump administration, both in term one and term two, has tried to draw a very sharp contrast to its Democratic predecessor. Just look at the Obama administration, for example. President Trump drew a sharp contrast with Obama in 2009, who didn't support Iran's Green Movement protests and preference nuclear diplomacy. And instead, in President Trump's first term, he issued strong rhetorical and political support multiple times for Iranian protesters. So he has a political interest to keep drawing that sharp contrast rather than create a comparison. Next, of course, is strategic. After actually the Obama administration failed to enforce its own red line in Syria in 2013, you may remember, in 2014, the Russians invaded Crimea. And similarly, every time the U.S. looks weak abroad, it actually invites more kind of chaos and mayhem at the global stage. 2021, the U.S. left Afghanistan in a very disastrous way, as you may remember. Months later, the U.S. failed to deter Putin from invading Ukraine again in early 2022 for strategic reasons. The president has an incentive to uphold his red lines, and also for moral reasons, to course correct, get to the heart of what he mentioned. He promised support to the most pro-American and to the most pro-Israeli population in the heartland of the Muslim Middle East. Those things are hard to find in that part of the world. That's a card that ought not to be burned. President Trump is remarkably popular in Iran because of him breaking all the taboos in his first term. It'd be a shame to lose that political capital and vindicate the talking points of some of the most anti-American folks in that part of the world.
So certainly critical days ahead. Thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
And in exciting news, you're invited to join us for the next episode of One-on-One with Ledar Lazi, presented by Israel Bonds and ILTV. In this episode, I sit down with Emily Austin, a rising voice in sports media known for speaking openly about her Jewish identity and her support for Israel. At a time when many choose to stay quiet, Emily has been willing to show up and engage in candid and sometimes challenging conversations. Tune in this Wednesday, February 18th at 9 p.m. Israel time or 2 p.m. Eastern for this inspiring virtual program. You can scan the QR code to register today. And moving on, the Board of Peace is set to convene this Thursday in Washington, with several countries expected to commit billions of dollars towards the reconstruction of Gaza. The meeting is also expected to include announcements about a proposed international stabilization force with thousands of personnel planned to help maintain security and order in the territory. ILTV's India Naftali joins us now from the studio with more details. India, what can you tell us?
Thank you, Ledar. That's right. There's going to be a Board of Peace summit in Washington this Thursday. It will be the first formal leader meeting of the Board of Peace, and the focus will be the reconstruction of Gaza. Now, there are already expected to be $5 billion pledged to the reconstruction of Gaza. Most of that money will be pledged by Gulf nations, but also the United States. They will also discuss the security of Gaza during the phase 2 of the ceasefire, which includes the International Stabilization Force, the proposed International Stabilization Force. Now, what will that force do? Well, they would work alongside local police in Gaza to maintain order. For example, Indonesia has already pledged 8,000 troops to go be there on the ground in Gaza. So where does Israel stand in all of this? Well, Prime Minister Netanyahu said that Trump's Gaza plan will not work if Hamas is not disarmed. Netanyahu just said the other day, they don't have tanks, they don't have large weaponry, but they do have these AK-47s, and they're using them, and they're attacking Israeli forces as up until even today. Now,
I mean, it's interesting because really the second phase can't go forward unless Hamas disarms. And is the International Stabilization Force going to take part in disarming Hamas?
Well, that's the big question. We just heard the news. An aide of Netanyahu said that either Hamas disarms within 60 days or the IDF will disarm Hamas. That's the news that we do know. This board of peace, there are a lot of critics. A lot of countries are joining, but many European countries actually are hesitant to join because they're concerned that it will replace the framework of the UN. Now, just to affirm, this board of peace has been given authority by the UN Security Council to deal with this current situation in Gaza, but Trump is imagining that this board of peace framework would also confront issues also in Ukraine and other areas of conflict.
Absolutely. So there's still a lot of details to work out there. I guess we'll continue to follow the story, of course, on Thursday. India, Naftali, thank you so much for joining us with the latest.
Thank you, Lidar.
And moving on, the IDF and Shin Bet say they carried out a series of airstrikes over the past 24 hours in northern Gaza, Gaza City, and Khan Yunis, following what they described as blatant ceasefire violations. According to the army, the attacks were launched after armed terrorists emerged from a tunnel and approached IDF forces near the ceasefire line in northern Gaza, posing what the army called an immediate threat. The Israeli Air Force struck the operatives, killing at least 2. Additional targeted strikes were carried out against terror figures the IDF says were working to rebuild militant capabilities and advance attacks against Israel. Among those killed was Ahmed Bayuk, identified by the IDF as a Hamas terrorist who took part in the October 7th massacre and raided the Re'im base. In a separate strike in eastern Rafah, forces eliminated Assem Abu Holi, head of Islamic Jihad's Nukba unit, in the central camps, accused of supplying weapons, training operatives, and planning attacks, including kidnapping scenarios. The IDF says it will continue to act against any threats to its forces and against attempts by terror groups to reestablish their capabilities in Gaza. And Israel's cabinet has approved a new land registration process in Area C of Judea and Samaria, the first such move since 1967. In a decision supporters say will create legal clarity. Critics warn that the move will amount to de facto annexation. ILTV's Steve Leibovitz explains.
The new land registration process in the territories passed the Security Cabinet last week and now has full government support. The registration will apply only in Area C, which makes up about 60% of Judea and Samaria and remains under full Israeli security and civil control. Ministers who advance the measure say it will provide legal certainty and protect national interests while also countering land registration efforts by the Palestinian Authority. The Palestinian Authority condemned the move, calling it a step toward annexation, and Jordan urged international intervention. Rights groups and international critics warn the decision could result in large areas being declared state land, making them available for settlement development and infrastructure. The move follows a series of recent government steps aimed at expanding Israeli administrative and legal authority in Judea and Samaria, even as formal annexation remains off the table. The land registration process is expected to begin after the establishment of a new directorate within the Justice Ministry. Official documents acknowledge the process could take up to 30 years to complete, with a target of registering 15% of unregistered land within 5 years.
At U Haifa International, academic excellence isn't just a standard, it's a way of life. With 21 English-taught master's programs, world-class faculty, and Israel's top national score in the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings, students grow in every direction.
If you really want to challenge yourself academically, grow in a very diverse community, and be immersed in such an important and significant environment, University of Haifa is the place for you.
Located on the stunning Carmel Ridge, the U Haifa blends academic excellence with a welcoming community.
U Haifa International has a great combination of top-notch academics with a great community of students.
Whether you're pursuing a one-year master's or diving into research, U Haifa gives you the tools, mentorship, and real-life insight to make your mark on the world. U Haifa International. Master your mind, live your Israel experience. And in other news, 2 female IDF soldiers were chased and attacked by a violent mob in Bnei Brak, sparking widespread condemnations from across Israel's political and religious spectrum. The 2 servicewomen, squad commanders in the Education and Youth Corps, were on an official home visit to a Haredi soldier when hundreds of ultra-Orthodox men surrounded them, forcing them to hide behind dumpsters as police rushed to their rescue. Disturbing footage showed officers shielding the soldiers while rioters overturned a police car and set a motorcycle on fire. 23 suspects were arrested. 3 officers were lightly injured. IDF Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir called the incident an intolerable reality, saying soldiers must be able to move freely anywhere in the state of Israel. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu condemned the attack as completely unacceptable, stressing that the rioters represent an extreme minority. National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir echoed that message, promising those responsible would pay a heavy price. Significantly, senior Haredi leaders also spoke out. United Torah Judaism chairman Yitzhak Goldknopf said the violence was contrary to the Torah. Shas leader Aryeh Deri warned it could damage the community's struggle against conscription. And former Chief Rabbi Yitzhak Yosef went further, calling for those involved to be cast out of the community. And Israel is moving ahead with a major infrastructure project aimed at easing air travel congestion and boosting regional development. The government has approved the construction of not 1, but 2 new international airports. ILTV reporter Devo Klein has the story.
The cabinet has approved the construction of a new international airport in the Negev desert, with plans also advancing for a second airport in the north. The new southern airport is planned near the Ziklag archaeological site, about 17 miles northwest of Beersheba, between Netivot and Rahat. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called the project, quote, a tremendous engine for developing the Negev, saying it will boost employment, tourism, and accessibility, along with major investments in roads, railways, and supporting industries. The government also approved advancing plans for a second international airport at Ramat David in the Jezreel Valley near an existing airbase. Officials say the 2 projects will move forward in parallel and are designed to reduce pressure on Ben Gurion Airport, Israel's main international gateway. Ben Gurion currently has a maximum capacity of 40 million passengers a year. Before the pandemic in 2019, about 24 million travelers passed through its terminals, and numbers are expected to rise in the coming years. The new airports are intended to provide additional aviation infrastructure, meet growing demand for tourists and Israelis flying abroad, and ensure greater resilience in times of emergency.
And Israeli producer Dana Eden, co-creator of the hit series Tehran, has died at the age of 52 while filming in Greece. Eden was found dead in her hotel room in Athens on Sunday during production of the show's latest season. Local Greek media first reported her death. Greek authorities have opened an investigation into the circumstances of her death, ordering an autopsy and collecting evidence such as security footage and staff testimony to determine the cause. Early reports raised questions about the nature of her death, but her producers and the Israeli embassy in Athens have stated there is currently no indication of a criminal or nationalistic incident. In a statement, Dana and Shula Productions said it was shocked and heartbroken over the loss of a gifted creator with an international reputation. Eden co-produced Tehran with Shula Spiegel in a series that became one of Israel's most successful dramas and was later sold to Apple TV+. The show earned international acclaim, including an International Emmy Award. Eden is being remembered as a pioneering force in Israeli television. And last night on the West Coast, Israeli basketball player Deni Avdia made history as the first ever Israeli to play in the NBA All-Stars game. Avdia represented the Jewish state with the flag of Israel on his number 8 jersey as he sets the record and becomes the only Israeli to ever be named an All-Star. The forward started both games for the world team, scoring 5 points in a 37-35 loss to the Stars and adding 2 assists in a 48-45 defeat to the Stripes. Our correspondent Libby Alon was courtside at the game and filed this report.
Yes, good evening. Deni Avdia made history tonight when he went to the All-Star game with the Israeli flag on his shirt tonight here at Los Angeles. Deni's team may have lost and came in a third place, but quite a few records were broken here tonight. Deni Avdia is the first Israeli in an NBA All-Star. He's the first Israeli to start in the starting five, in the opening five, and even in the opening ceremony, the Israeli flag waved in the All-Star. Earlier, I asked LeBron James at a press conference what his message to the Israeli people, and he said he would love to come to Israel. He had never been there, but he heard a lot of good things. In an interview after the game, Deni Avdia said that his ambition are to return to the game, to improve as a player, and to win titles. There is no limit to where I can go. That's what he said. Deni, you are our winner, and we will keep you posted from here.
Our winner, absolutely. Thank you to Libby Alon for the report. And now let's take a look at the weather forecast. Partly cloudy skies are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 15 degrees Celsius or 58 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see clear skies alongside steady temperatures with highs of 19 degrees Celsius or 66 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and keep up with us on social media. That's at ILTV_Israel on all platforms. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Ladar Gravelazi. Be well, and thank you so much for watching.
You would think that Israel is a country that, praises Aliyah and wants people to immigrate here, would sort of be able to streamline the process much more, but what we are seeing is that many people are running into difficulties.
Hello and welcome to the ILTV podcast. I'm Ayan Hoffman, executive editor of ILTV, and I'm happy to welcome back our viewers and our listeners. Today we're doing something a little bit different. We have an interview with Joshua Pex. He is the founding partner of Decker Pex Levy, a law firm based in Jerusalem. Welcome, Josh.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Now, from what I am seeing right now, there are a lot of people moving in and out of Israel. Can you give me some numbers? How many people are coming to Israel? How many people are leaving? And how does this moment feel different maybe than what we saw even a few years ago, like before the war?
So first of all, it's important to say that for the first time in a long time, over more than 2 decades actually, there have been in the last 2 years more people that are leaving Israel than coming, which is very unusual. I think the process started actually even before the war, in the time of the political sort of stagnation and demonstrations against the judicial reform and all of that. But really the war very much enhanced it, especially in 2024, but also statistics that we see now for the last year, 2025. Every year there's about 80 or 70,000 people that are leaving, and less people that are coming back, meaning either returning citizens that have been outside of Israel for a while and then are coming back as citizens, or those who make aliyah, and also those who come back or rather get citizenship due to different kinds of visas, family unification, and things like that. Basically, in terms of numbers, we're talking about a deficit of about 20,000 people more leaving than coming to Israel.
That's quite a large number when you think about that. 20,000 a year over a number of years really adds up. What do people then not understand about the impact that this will have on the country?
I think the impact will be pretty profound, especially if it keeps going the way it's been for the last 2 or 3 years. The impact is very broad. It can be impacting even things that you don't think about, like the price of property, value of apartments. But in general, I think as a country, especially Israel, that has been used to more people returning than leaving, suddenly this change of the direction will have impact.
And we're talking about a country with only around 10 million people as it is. Now, when you talk about which people are leaving, can you define are there main groups of kinds of people that are leaving, and do they have specific impact on any area like the economy or high tech?
Yeah, I think when I look at my clients and also at statistics, then it's very clear that obviously people that are even able to leave, make the change, or those who are more in the academics that also have a job that they can transfer and even have the resilience in terms of emotion and resources to move to a different country together with many times a partner and children. You know probably for yourself, making this change is not easy. So the ones who are able to do it, especially moving to countries with even a different language and all of that, are those who are more skilled in terms of jobs like in high tech, engineers, medicine, academia. So obviously this can also have a negative effect on the economy and growth of Israel.
Sure, it could certainly impact very specific industries, it sounds like, if your people are going abroad. Now, when we talk about where they're going, are there specific countries or states where people tend to want to move? And how much of that decision-making in general is driven either, let's say, by work flexibility or visa requirements and visa flexibility?
Yes, I would say that there's two different groups. There are those that just want to leave. That's that's their first goal. And then they just want to go to a different country. And when they're there, they're going to get figure out what are their jobs and stuff like that. But more what I'm seeing from my clients, that there are people that are actually, they have a plan. They want to move to a different country for enhancement of their career. And then they do choose countries like, first of all, it's probably the United States, then all the European countries, but even places like Australia or Canada. You do see even groups of Israelis in different countries, especially in Europe, that are not so far away. And these are more people that moved maybe because of the war for a temporary time. They're colonies of Israelis in places like Cyprus or Portugal and even Thailand. People that have moved after the war. It wasn't supposed to be for maybe such a long term, and they're there until today. So those are the main countries that I'm seeing.
And are people going there and becoming residents or getting work visas, becoming citizens? What's happening in that capacity?
So it's all of the above. Obviously, it's much easier to move to a different country that you have citizenship, but not everyone can do it. Europe is very unique that a person can get specific, citizenship and passport for one country and then be eligible to live, work, and be considered a resident for all purposes in any one of the European Union 27 countries. So that makes it easier. People that, first of all, need to take care of their visas can get it many times through a job if they have good jobs in countries like United States or Western countries. If you need to depend on just a temporary visa for the long run, that makes it very difficult. And in those situations, we see many times people that even don't get into the statistics as people that have left Israel, because they're always going back and forth. And that's also something we see more that we haven't seen in the past. So people that are spending part-time in some country, maybe they don't have a long-term visa, then they come back, and they need to be flexible in that way. It makes it difficult when you have children, but because the work in many ways has also changed, many jobs allow remote working and more flexibility in terms of physical presence, so that's also something that we are seeing.
So in those cases, people might live 3 months in one place, come back to Israel for a couple months, go back to where they're living, so that they're more or less splitting the time, it sounds like.
Exactly, and it's also very important for them many times to, if they don't have residence in another country, in terms of social security and especially medical insurance and all those things in Israel actually is very good. But if you've actually left and what is called stopped your residence in Israel, then you no longer can benefit from that.
Now, if somebody is then physically connected to Israel, let's say, but they still want to have options, and, I'm an American citizen originally, I came on Aliyah, I have an Israeli and I have an American passport, both passports. If an Israeli wants to have dual citizenship, how central does that idea of a second passport become? How do they work toward that?
So that's something we're really seeing very strongly in the last, I would say, even 10 years. So this is not something new, that many Israelis have a second dual citizenship, and those who don't want. And there were different countries, especially in Europe, that changed their own laws, sort of catering to foreigners, but Israelis really sort of took the opportunity to reclaim citizenship that used to belong to their ancestors. In Portugal, it went 500 years back. You could... Anybody that would show that he's a descendant of the Sephardics that were expelled from Spain and Portugal could get the Portuguese passport. That program more or less stopped, but other countries in Europe allow the same. Germany and Austria in the last few years amended their nationality laws, but you have other countries as well, like Poland, Lithuania, Bulgaria. So what happens is that Israelis want a second passport. They check their ancestry. Sometimes they need to do family research, archive research, but in some cases they will be eligible for a second passport, and many are interested, also countries like France. Like you said, the United States, there are many Israelis that hold American citizenship as well.
Is it complicated to obtain dual citizenship?
It really depends on the country. But in general, complicated is a sort of relative term, but I would say yes. I mean, it's not, in most countries, it is a process you need to go through. The process itself will cost energy and money of obtaining documents, translating, submitting. So even this process is something that many times you have to be at least, average income or even above average, have the time and the energy to do the process. And it's also a process that takes a few years. Many times people that enter this process, they're not immediately thinking of leaving. That's also important to say. And what we're seeing, many times the people who are initiating the process for the family are, for example, the grandparents. This is very common. And they're not doing it for themselves. They tell us, we are already in pension. We're going to keep living in Israel, but we want opportunities for our children, for our grandchildren. It's sort of something to have, maybe a plan B.
Right, a plan B, a safety net, especially when we start thinking about the kinds of wars that we've had in the last couple of years. It does make sense. And, at what point do people usually run into the problems when they're trying to get foreign citizenship applications? What are the most common challenges or even most common misconceptions about how to achieve that foreign status?
So one misconception, which I said, is how fast it takes. Usually any kind of process, we're talking about a few years. Wow. Challenges that we're seeing is obtaining documents. Many times people do know that their grandfather had to flee, say, Germany during the time of the Second World War or before. But finding the actual documents is not always something that, people were refugees. They moved from country to country. Obtaining documents, also name changes. It was very common in the 50s or even, before, during the time of the British Mandate, people would come, change their names, even difficult to make the connections and sort of build the paper track that you have to have in order to reclaim your citizenship. So these are problems we are seeing.
And so when somebody comes to you with one of these challenges, how are you able to help them?
So first of all, it's important to do a preliminary assessment, and we can check whether the story that the person is telling us will meet any of the criteria for a, say, German or Austrian passport. Once we assess that they would meet the criteria, presumably then we ask if they have documents. If they don't have documents, we can make, based on sort of online databases, our own archival research. Sometimes we can find, many times actually we can find documents there, but sometimes not. There are archives that are not digitized. For that step, we have to do even a more in-depth research. But once we can find the documents and make the connection to the ancestor, then it's pretty much bureaucracy. It has to do with translations, paying fees, all the stamps, submission of the application, waiting. But we take care of many of these kind of cases.
Well, and it's good to know that bureaucracy doesn't only exist in Israel.
Exactly, yeah.
But turning over to Israel, actually, why do some Jewish applicants still face difficulties making aliyah under the law of return? Because I understand that it works both ways. Complicated to get that international citizenship or that foreign citizenship, but also sometimes Jews have trouble coming over here.
Right. So that's a good question. Basically, making aliyah, you can do either while you're here in Israel and then sort of submit an application directly to the immigration authorities in Israel, or you can do it from abroad through the Jewish agency or through Nefesh B'Nefesh, which is sort of a subcontractor of the Jewish agency. Both areas, unfortunately, we're seeing trouble in the last few years. I would say since COVID, many applications from abroad are taking a long, long time, and applications from within Israel are also not very easy because of changes in the law, and also that the applicant, when they're applying from within Israel, they're actually here on a tourist visa. The application takes a while, and it's difficult to be in a foreign country as a tourist. You cannot work, you cannot, enjoy social benefits and things like that. So yeah, you would think that Israel is a country that praises Aliyah and wants people to immigrate here, would sort of be able to streamline the process much more. But what we are seeing is that many people are running into difficulties.
Now, you mentioned specifically since COVID, is that because of lack of staffing at this point, or are there other reasons that things went, I guess, downhill since COVID?
I think it was lack of staffing, and that applications would take a long time. Vetting processes are many times very strict. And obviously, the state of Israel, like every sovereign state, has the right to check in depth, immigrants. But I think with Aliyah, they're checking it very, very much in depth, which in a way makes sense because once they grant Aliyah, then a person essentially gets citizenship from day one, which is also very difficult to revoke. But all these factors make the process many times very, very frustrating because we're getting emails from clients saying, I applied, I filled out the online forms like a year ago, and they keep asking me more and more documents, especially from the States, that people are maybe not used to the level of bureaucracy, and they're very surprised many times and sort of disappointed, like they feel like they're making the decision and that they would be welcomed much more, sort of with open hands, and suddenly they're facing more and more demands. And it's not all the time, obviously. And also it's fair to say that the people are approaching us are those who ran into trouble. So I'm sure that many people have a very positive experience, but we're also hearing the problems.
So, you don't get to hear any of the happy Aliyah stories. That
are
makes
very
sense.
fast and very easy, and everything was smooth. Yeah, I mean, they won't contact us, but
Yeah, that makes sense. Now, beyond Aliyah, obviously some people do choose to come on visas, maybe in part because they're not Jewish and obviously cannot make quote-unquote Aliyah or immigrate with the law of return. So what visa options exist today for non-Jewish individuals who may want to live or to work here in Israel?
So Israel is part, of the family of nations, and we have immigration laws that are not only for Jews. Many times they say that if you're eligible for Aliyah, it's not only Jews, it's also children and grandchildren. That's sort of the, highway, the red carpet. But there are many other visa options which are, vary. First of all, it's family members of Israelis. So whether you're married or even in a long-term relationship to an Israeli, you have the right. Actually, the right belongs to the Israeli to live with a foreign spouse or partner here in Israel, and they grant them a visa. And eventually, also after a process of 5 to 7 years, even Israeli citizenship. But you also have parents of Israelis, especially parents of Israeli soldiers, and then all kinds of visa options, obviously, for work, for students, even for clergy. Israel, the Holy Land, they're clergy people from mainly, I would say, Christian countries, but all kinds, and they get clergy visas. So there are all kinds of visa options, but they're more complicated. They involve, more paying fees and meeting very strict criteria, but there are visa options.
And what about work visas specifically? I mean, I'm assuming if somebody wants to come into work here, maybe an entrepreneur, somebody wants to open a business or a hub of their business, they're also going to need some kind of visa, or maybe even remote workers who want to then be able to kind of come back and forth more easily and do business. What visas like that exist, and what are the hurdles to getting those?
So the work visas are called a B1 visa in general, and they divide into all kinds of sectors. The hurdle is that the visa application needs to be done by the Israeli company that's inviting, or by a foreign company that wants to open a branch or sort of daughter company in Israel. And many times you need to show that this specific worker has a very unique skill or knowledge or ability to sort of justify that the company is bringing in a foreign worker rather than hiring Israeli. The general policy is that they prefer to hire Israelis, but if this foreign worker has a special knowledge, then they can bring him. And I'm not talking about, there are many foreigners in Israel working especially in caretaking or construction or agriculture. And they come with sort of group agreements from countries like the Philippines or Thailand or India. So that's not the visas I'm talking about are like work visas for the more high-tech sector or industry. And then you have to have a special knowledge.
Yeah, and you have to, I guess, prove that you, as you said, that you're more qualified for the role than somebody that they could find here already in the state of Israel, which on the one hand is good for Israelis because it keeps foreigners from taking over work that Israelis could otherwise do, keeps their unemployment rate down. Now, many Americans, it's something new that I heard about, have been asking about something called investment visas. What options currently exist for Americans who want to invest in Israel and gain residency or some kind of long-term legal status?
So this is a relatively new visa, and it was done by a treaty actually between Israel and the United States that both Israelis got the opportunity to get what is called an investment visa, an E2 visa to the United States. So Israel was allowed to have its citizens, Israeli, apply for the E2 visa, and Americans were allowed to apply in Israel for a B5 visa, which is an investment visa. So it's only for Americans. This visa is specifically for American citizens. They need to show that they're investing in an existing company or establishing an existing company that will sort of overall contribute to the economy, give more workplaces, and then they can get relatively, long-term visa here in Israel for them and their family as well. So it's very unusual. Not many Americans have taken advantage of this visa. But it's maybe because it came into effect right before the COVID pandemic, and then there was the war But we hope that there will be more of these kind of applications.
Yeah, it sounds really interesting. Now, you mentioned something before about families and how there's this like 5 to 7 year waiting period, and then they can basically come on a family visa and they get a full visa. Are there other kinds of family reunification visas or ways that, for example, if you go off to Cyprus, like one of these people who's living most of the time over there, meet a wife or a husband in Cyprus and want to come back to Israel with that person, what kind of visa would they come on, and how does that process work?
So it's, first of all, it's possible, but the challenge is that you really have to have your center of life in Israel. The couple needs to live most of the time in Israel in order to be able to grant more long-term visa for the foreigner. So many times people that are going back and forth, they do face that sort of difficulty. And if you really want to extend more long-term residency, even temporary residency to a foreign spouse, you will need to have your center of life in Israel for at least, the first 5 years.
The first 5 years of your living together.
Yeah.
And what about the children? In Israel, we have these two sets of laws. We have the government, the more secular laws, and of course we have the rabbinate, right, which is dictating marriage, divorce, conversion, and kashrut. So in the case of a mixed family where the mother is not Jewish, does the child automatically get citizenship, though, if it is the son or daughter of the Jewish husband?
Yeah. So they get automatically the citizenship. But in the case that you described, they will just not be registered as Jewish in the ID and in the registration of the Ministry of Interior. But in terms of citizenship, anyone who's born to an Israeli, whether a father or a mother, from day of birth, they're citizens, even if they're born abroad. The difficulty sometimes, if only the father is the citizen, then in certain cases the state will demand to do a DNA test to prove that actually, especially if a person was not born in a hospital or born in countries that Israel doesn't really, consider their certificates as maybe accurate, then in these cases the state demands a DNA test. But once it's established that the Israeli is actually the father of the child, and the child gets automatically citizenship.
So where does then the family reunification process generally break down? What's the problem there? Because I've heard about a lot of situations where family reunification does not go smoothly.
So many times couples break up, and then it's a big problem if they break up during the process. Then the foreigner actually needs to leave, and many times it's a very difficult situation, especially if they've already had a child, and questions regarding custody of the child that can get very messy. And there's other less common scenarios where the Israeli spouse actually, for example, passes away before the process is complete. Any type of, criminal activity by the foreigner will make it very difficult to complete the process. And center of life, like I said before, you need to establish your center of life in Israel, and that can also hinder the process if they're not actually residing the majority of the time in Israel.
So now let's say someone comes to you, they're totally stuck, they're really frustrated, and they need your help. What is the first issue that you generally try to tackle or solve to get them on the right track?
So every case is different, but first of all, as a lawyer, many times you have to understand, what is their end goal? You have to hear from your client much more than the very sometimes specific legal problem, because you need to understand what do they want on the bigger picture, and usually clients will be open to tell you that, but and if they don't, you have to explain them that you're not asking this just, out of curiosity or wanting to private stuff about them. But it's very important because there are different ways you can tackle legal problems, and it's important to know, what are they trying to achieve, actually.
For sure. Now, looking ahead, because we are going to run out of time, if Israel does want to retain talent, attract more global professionals to get to this country, and remain competitive, which ultimately is the goal, what changes to visa and immigration policy would you believe would have the biggest and most immediate impact?
Well, so that's a big question. In terms of, policymakers, I would probably really try to make at least the Aliyah process much more fast and attractive. Also, there are ways probably to bring Israelis back. I mean, at this point, there are hundreds of thousands of Israelis that are living abroad. There could be ways, tax incentives. There are some, actually, but maybe more. Even programs to reconnect them back maybe in the workforce. But that remains to be seen.
Yeah, well, a lot remains to be seen. I guess that's true. Well, thank you so much for joining us today, Joshua Pex, the founding partner of Decker, Pex, and Levy, the law firm in Jerusalem. Thank you.
Thank you.
For more than 200 years, when Israel's most vulnerable needed help, Kolel Chabad was there. When families can't afford food, when seniors are alone, when children are struggling to survive, Kolel Chabad steps in with meals, essentials, and dignity. Right now, thousands of families across Israel are counting on that help. And you can make sure it reaches them. Your donation doesn't just give charity, it gives hope, it gives strength, it saves lives. Kolel Chabad, helping Israel one life at a time. Scan the QR code on your screen and give now.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Ladar Lazi, coming to you live from Israel, bringing you all the biggest headlines from across the region. Here's everything you need to know. The Islamic Republic of Iran held live military exercises in the Strait of Hormuz, announcing it would temporarily shut down the strait. This rare move comes as nuclear talks with the United States resumed in Geneva, an apparent show of force as President Trump threatens military action and even regime change if diplomacy fails. The drills, which began yesterday, were described by Iranian state media as a response to potential security and military threats. The exercises involved both the regular Iranian Navy and the naval arm of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, including fast attack boats, submarines, drones, and coastal missile batteries. So far, there are no reports of direct incidents with commercial or foreign military vessels, but shipping companies are closely monitoring the situation. The timing comes amid a U.S. military buildup in the region, including the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln. The USS Gerald Ford is reportedly en route, and multiple warships deployed across the Persian Gulf, the Arabian Sea, the Red Sea, and the Eastern Mediterranean. Analysts say Tehran is signaling it could disrupt shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, a critical energy choke point through which about 20% of global oil supplies pass. With military forces on alert and diplomacy hanging in the balance, the risk of escalation remains high. And at this hour, the second round of talks between the United States and Iranian officials concluded, with negotiations aimed at curbing Tehran's nuclear program and averting a potential war. At this hour, it still remains unclear whether the talks were successful or if any progress was made. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi met White House envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, with Oman serving as mediator. Araghchi said prior to the talks that he is in Geneva with real ideas to achieve a fair and equitable deal, but added that Tehran will not submit to threats. Iran has indicated it will accept limits on its nuclear program for economic sanctions relief, but refuses to give up the right to enrich uranium. Washington wants the talks to also cover Iran's ballistic missiles and support for armed groups, issues Iran calls non-negotiable. These high-stake talks could determine whether diplomacy prevails or the region faces further escalation. President Donald Trump told reporters aboard Air Force One that he would be involved in Iran talks, though indirectly. Let's take a listen.
What are you expecting from these Iran talks in Geneva tomorrow?
So I'll be involved in those talks indirectly, and they'll be very important. We'll see what can happen. It's been typically Iran's a very tough negotiator. They're good negotiators, or bad negotiators. I would say they're bad negotiators because we could have had a deal instead of sending the B-2s in to knock out their nuclear potential, and we had to send the B-2s. I hope they're going to be more reasonable. They want to make a deal.
And meanwhile, visiting U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham said that President Trump will decide between war and a deal with Iran within weeks and not months. Speaking at a press conference in Tel Aviv, he had this to say.
My presence here today is to reassure the Israeli people there is no light or gaps between President Trump and Bibi about what to do and how to do it. There are two lines in the water right now. One's a diplomatic line, trying to find a way to end this regime diplomatically that will advance our national security interest. The other line is the military option. I think President Trump is looking for which line can catch the biggest fish. The bottom line is we're into weeks, not months, in terms of decision making.
And before we go for now, we've got some exciting news. You can get Israel updates on your WhatsApp channel. Breaking stories, live updates, and verified reports, all delivered fast and accurate. Just scan the QR code on your screen to join. That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour, broadcasting live from Israel and the heart of the Middle East. I'm Lidar Lazi. Thanks for watching.
We would be irresponsible as leaders. Now, when this regime is on its knees, we have to put our foot on the neck. We have to squeeze and get a deal that has evaded every American president up until now.
There is no good deal with the Ayatollahs. You know that even while they're talking to you, they're screaming death to America, death to Israel. So you realize that they're not negotiating in good faith.
Shalom and welcome to another episode of Israel Undiplomatic. I'm Mark Regev, and I'm here as per usual with my co-host Ruthie Bloom, and we are speaking to you today on February the 11th, on the day that Trump is meeting Netanyahu at the White House. I think it's their seventh meeting since since Trump returned to office for his second term. And I think no foreign leader has had as much Trump time, presidential time, since this administration started its second term. Ruthie, what do you think is going on?
First of all, I just want to make one correction. It's actually their eighth meeting.
Oh.
7 in the United States and 1 when President Trump came to Israel. It's unprecedented. You're absolutely right. Now, that meeting, everybody has been, for the last few days, analyzing what are they going to talk about and why is Netanyahu, why did he fly there suddenly when he was scheduled to be there next week anyway? Before we get to that discussion, let's hear what President Trump had to say to Larry Kudlow on Fox News Business yesterday.
Do you think a deal with Iran with this current regime would ever really stick?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I know one thing. They want to make a deal.
they wouldn't talk to anybody else, but they're talking to me. But, it's a good question. A lot of people say no. And I would say that I'd rather make a deal. It's got to be a good deal. No nuclear weapons, no missiles, no this, no that, all the different things that you want. But some people worry that they've been very dishonest with us over the years, right? Very dishonest. Obama and Biden, what they did in terms of creating a monster with Iran was terrible. That Iran nuclear deal was one of the dumbest deals I've ever seen.
Ruthie, I mean, the meeting is today, but this gives me hope. And I know what we said last week, you're against any deal. But if there is going to be a deal, and I don't have the same ideological objection that you have, but if there is going to be a deal, at least you can take comfort from the fact that the president has said in the hours leading up to the meeting that it'll be a deal that includes the nuclear issue. The Iranians have to dismantle their program. And the president said in his own voice also the missile issue. That means the ballistic missiles that can hit and target Israel. That both those elements have to be in the deal. Does this give you a higher degree of confidence that if there is a deal, it's not the end of the world?
No, it does not. But let's put it this way. He also said no nuclear uranium enrichment or no nuclear weapons, no ballistic missiles, and no this and that. And what he meant by this and that is no funding terrorism around the world and perhaps no executing Iranian demonstrators. Now, do I think that he has good intentions? Yes. But here's what I'd like to do. Let's do something different this time because everyone's speculating. Nobody, even people who love President Trump and people who hate him, nobody can figure out what goes on in his brain. And so everybody's trying to interpret is this just a fake out and he's just preparing? After all, he's gotten all these aircraft carriers and, there's preparation to launch an attack if, as he said, if there's no deal. Now, Netanyahu, everyone's trying to interpret why is Netanyahu rushing there? Is there a rift between them? Whatever. So let's do some.
For a moment, I wanted to I'm happy to go forward according to what you've suggested, but I just want to say I disagree with your premise. You can never know what's totally in anyone's mind. I can't know what's in your mind, and you can't know what's in my mind, even though we know each other quite well. But I think there is something that we understand about Trump's behavior and about the way he sees the world. He believes in power politics. He believes in strategic interests. He believes in looking after the United States of America and the people, the citizens of the United States of America. He likes countries that can defend themselves and that stand up for themselves. And that's one of the reasons he likes Israel. Not just because the family and growing up in New York and his Jewish daughter and so forth. I think Trump, and we've said it on this program before, Trump is not Obama. He's not one of these, liberal doves, war is always the last resort and I don't want to, risk armed conflict. He's not afraid to use military force. On the other hand, and we've said it, he's not a neocon either. He's not a nation builder. He doesn't want to go into wars that are protracted. He doesn't want to go into a Vietnam or an Afghanistan or an Iraq. He wants to use military power. 3 Ds. He wants his wars to be decisive, destructive, and done with, right? And that is Trump. And then you have to say, okay, that's what we saw in Venezuela. And now he's flexing all these muscles. He's moved his military assets, both military, army, and navy, into the region, poised to strike. And he says he wants a deal. And if the Iranians agree, there'll be a deal.
The 2026 JNS International Policy Summit will take place April 15 to 17 at the Waldorf Astoria in Jerusalem. Register today at jns-summit.org and use the coupon code JNSTV. That is JNSTV ILTV, one word, to receive 20% off all tickets. I look forward to seeing you in Jerusalem. First of all, it's not the Iranians, it's the Islamic Republic. It's the Ayatollahs. We have to make a distinction between the Iranian people who have been gunned down in the tens of thousands because they want regime change. Okay, now, also, just one other point. This will be for another discussion about the abuse of the term neocon and nation building. That's for another time. We don't need to go into that now. What I will say is this. Any deal with the Islamic Republic, with those Ayatollahs who are today, they are having now celebrations in honor of the 47th anniversary of the revolution that saw the Ayatollah Khomeini return from France, where he was in exile for 14 years, and the Shah, the ouster of the Shah. Now, how are they celebrating? By, for example, burning American and Israeli flags, screaming, showing off ballistic missiles, some of which have the photos, actual photos of U.S. generals. And they are saying death to America, death to Israel. Now, this is while they are also saying to President Trump, yes, we're going to meet again to make a deal. Now, obviously, they want a deal, because any deal will be in their favor, whatever it is. Why will a deal be in their favor? A, they won't stick to it. B, they could wait out President Trump's term, which is another 3 years. He has another 3 years to go. C, they are fiercely building ballistic missiles with greater precision, better speed, greater distance, etc. in the meantime. And so that's why they're saying, you know what, we'll be willing to discuss percentages of uranium enrichment. And from that moment on, Trump should have just said, forget it. But we know that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, who, by the way, already met with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and they all get along really well, etc. But I think they're under really stupid illusions about Islam, radical Islam, and the regime in Tehran. Now, what I'd like to do, and I'm going to hand it over to you, we talked about how we could do a kind of role-playing, kind of simulation about what actually went on behind closed doors between Netanyahu and Trump today, because whatever emerges, whatever their public statements, we can't count on those to really give us an indication of whether there is going to be a military strike or not. And one more point is that everyone in Israel seems to believe that one thing Netanyahu is going to say to President Trump is, if you do make any deals, not just please make sure there's ballistic missiles in those deals, because that's an existential threat to Israel, but please do not tie Israel's hand. If you do make a deal, do not promise the Ayatollahs that that deal includes preventing Israel from taking action on its own.
Can I argue, before we move forward, I have to argue again. You called the ballistic missile threat an existential threat, okay? And I think that's overstating the mark. The nuclear question is definitely an existential threat. I think Iranian and other radical Arab leaders have called Israel a one-bomb country because we're geographically very small. For our American audience, we're smaller than New Jersey. We're about the size of Delaware, something like that. It's a small country, very focused in the greater Tel Aviv area. And it's true, with a couple of nuclear bombs, you could probably bring the end to Israel. And so that's an existential threat. I agree 100%. But you said the ballistic missile program. So the ballistic missile program can hurt us badly. We saw in the 12-day war, we had, I think close to 30 Israeli civilians were killed by bombs, ballistic missiles that blew up, residential areas and so forth. It's not easy. But to call that an existential threat is to cheapen the word existential. It's like terrorism. It's like we've been through these things before. It's a threat. It's an unacceptable threat. We have to eliminate the threat, but it's not an existential threat.
All right, I take your point. However, it all depends and how accurate and how far those missiles can go. We also know that there were posters and maps put up in Tehran with pictures of central Tel Aviv, the greater Tel Aviv area, and in Hebrew, a threat that, the bombs are coming for you, etc. Now, as I said, let's sort of do some role playing, okay? Because you being the diplomat and me being the non-diplomat, I'd like to say, now I know that, by the way, Prime Minister Netanyahu is also very diplomatic. As tough as he certainly doesn't want to go up against Trump, and there's been no need to, but except in cases like the relations with Turkey and Qatar, there are a lot of worrisome things, and that has to do with Gaza. Before he left, before he got on the airplane to go to Washington, he did say, that what he's going to talk about includes Gaza and other, the Board of Peace, regional issues. But that Iran is really, we know Iran's the head of the octopus. So here's what I'm going to say. Imagine the following conversation where Netanyahu delicately and with great respect, okay, not to say, will say to him, President, Mr. President, with all due respect, there is no good deal with the Ayatollahs. They won't uphold a deal. And as you pointed out, that Obama and Biden, they did a lot of damage, and Obama in particular. And the reason is not because the deal was bad by itself, but because they are not, that their interest is regional and global hegemony. And you know that, and that's through their proxies, etc. You know that even while they're talking to you, they're screaming death to America, death to Israel. So you realize that they're not negotiating in good faith, and you can't trust them. You yourself said so when you ripped up the deal. And nobody likes war. But sometimes, as we saw in World War II, as we saw after October 7th, sometimes there is absolutely no choice. And after all, you did promise the Iranian people that help is on the way, and they don't think that means a deal.
So first of all, I don't think Netanyahu will say that last sentence. I think that's too much for an Israeli prime minister to say to an American president. So let's leave that part out of it. I don't think that's realistic. On the other part, I think Trump would probably answer something like this. He'd say, we have a military option. I've moved those assets into the region. I'm locked and loaded, as they'd say in the infantry. Yeah, I'm ready to go. And the Iranians know I'm ready to go. But Bibi, he'd say to his friend, right? We have the military option, but the military option, you know how these things start. You never know how they turn out. You don't ever know exactly what's going to happen. The Iranians are under immense pressure today. They've just gone through all this internal trouble from their perspective. Their regime is surviving at the moment on very, very thin ice, right? Their economy is falling apart. They are weak. They are vulnerable. We have leverage that we didn't have this time last year, and definitely we didn't have this time 3 years ago. I'm now using the military leverage combined with the internal and the economic leverage and all that. We're going to get a deal now. Now, I have no illusions, Trump will tell Netanyahu, about the nature of this regime. I know that they lie and they cheat. But if we can get a deal that dismantles their nuclear program and deals with their ballistic program and the other issues, right, which I don't know how much, I presume we'll go into great detail with Netanyahu, yeah? This is a unique responsibility because both you, Bibi, and I know that the military option is there, but it's not a clean finish all one-off and it's all over, right? We know that a military option has all sorts of variables and we can never be sure. You start something and you're never sure which way it goes and what price you're going to pay. If it's possible to get a deal, because we've got a gun pointed at their temple, yes? Let's do it, Bibi. That's what the world is about. These are our enemies. I've got no illusions. They are weak now. They are uniquely vulnerable. This is the chance to close a deal that's good for America, that's good for you, Bibi, good for Israel. This is the time. It's never going to be a better chance to get a good deal.
But, Mr. President, as you know, being a famous deal maker, that the time to make a deal with people is not when they're at their weak point. That's the point at which they should be begging to stay alive, basically, not to make a deal. They are at their weak point precisely. That is why they're trying to pull the wool over your eyes and saying, okay, we're ready to make a deal. Because let's face it, if it was even possible, let's say, they'll give up their nukes, they'll give up their ballistic missile program, they'll give up their terrorism, they'll stop killing protesters, they won't be who they are. They won't be the greatest state sponsor of terrorism. They won't be the jihadists they are. They won't be the Shiite crazies they are. So it's like, I used to say, if my grandmother had wheels, she would have been a bus. It's impossible. That does not happen. And the same thing we have to say about Gaza. Anything you say, if they agree to those things, they would no longer be who they are. So we know that's impossible. That's one thing. Second of all, sometimes, yes, it is true. You don't know where war will take you. That is true. But sometimes you have no choice. After October 7th, how many people told us in Israel and abroad. But what about the day after? We don't know. This has consequences. We don't know. We don't know what's going to be. You have to make plans. No. First and foremost, you have to kill your enemy. And you have to do it not only because of morals and responsibilities and your own interests. Morally, you have to do it. You really do. And in the case of Gaza, we had 250 hostages taken. We had 1,200 people slaughtered in Israel. At that moment, saying, well, maybe we should make a deal. No. And the same thing goes for Iran. At this point, you cannot allow the Islamic Republic to exist anymore, and you need the Iranian people are trying to overthrow the regime, and military action will help them. Some from out, some from within, and from without.
Ruthie, before I answer as Trump, I'll answer as Mark, and saying Bibi would never, the Israeli Prime Minister would never give such a monologue to an American president. You want to keep your points short, you want to make them effective, but I don't think Trump likes to be talked to in a sort of a monologue ongoing way. Make your point and move on, right? That's what I think the way you should talk to the US president, especially this US president. And now I will respond as Trump. Bibi, you talk about morals. You talk about a regime that is evil that needs to end. Look, after 9/11, America had every right to go into Afghanistan and kick ass. George W. Bush had every right to do what he did, but he wasn't smart, Bibi. It might have been morally justified, but he wasn't smart. We were stuck in Afghanistan for 20 years. Who knew when we went in and we finished things so quickly that we'd be stuck in that quicksand for 20 years, Bibi? And what about Iraq, Bibi? Was that a good move? Were we stuck there not for years? Once again, we had every moral right to do it, Bibi. But America was saying, I'm telling you, the American people will go to war if they feel there's no choice. The American people will protect their country, will protect their national interests. We will fight our enemies. But if it's possible to get a deal with the Iranians, and I want to tell you something. If the Iranians don't agree to this deal that I've put on the table, if they don't agree to dismantle their nuclear program, if they don't agree to move on the ballistic missile issue, the American people will support me if I have to pull the trigger. They'll support it because they'll know that I've gone through every available diplomatic path beforehand. But without that, to make the mistake that George W. did, I'm not going to make that mistake, Bibi.
Excuse me, you mentioned Iraq?
Excuse me, sir. It's the president you're speaking to.
Okay. You mentioned Iraq. Israel said all along not to go to Iraq. It was Iran. Israel said all along that Iraq was the wrong target. And all those people saying, the Iraq war was due to Israel. No. Iran. Israel said all along, Iran. And by the way, I've been saying that for decades. People made fun of me, said I was a fearmonger and all that. That's one thing. Number two, we're not expecting American troops on the ground and Iran. That isn't what this whole thing is about. And Americans saw the great success of the 12-day war, the Midnight Hammer, your part in it with the B-2 bombers. It was a great success, but it wasn't finished. And that's one thing. And the other thing is that when you say, okay, if they won't make a deal, then we have legitimacy. I'm saying, okay, first of all, you have legitimacy anyway. And by the way, Mark, when you said to me, Prime Minister Netanyahu wouldn't speak to Trump that way, so it's lucky that I'm not the person going there and talking to President.
Correct.
I can talk to you, Mark, that way. So that's a crucial point. But another crucial point is that Israelis, ironically, Israelis are not unified on most issues. But one thing all Israelis grasp is that the threat from Iran is still very potent, and that Israelis consider it legitimate for Israelis to take action. The only question always has been is, do we have the capabilities? Do we have enough interceptors for when Iran retaliates or when it initiates or preempts? But one thing is certain. Many experts in Israel believe that if it takes too long, or if the United States does not want to do this, that Israel may have no choice but to preempt and attack the ballistic missile sites, if not also the regime figures. And we know that with all the celebrations going on right now in the Islamic Republic, guess who's not there? Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who is in his bunker.
Can I answer you, Prime Minister, and say the following? You said quite correctly that my Midnight Hammer operation was a great success. But to be frank, it was a great success because it was a surgical strike with a specific goal, and that is to destroy specific Iranian nuclear targets. But specific Iranian nuclear installations were eliminated, obliterated in Midnight Hammer. The job was done, and it was over in a matter of hours. When you're talking about regime change and bringing down a government, it's, Bibi, you've been in war, it's a much more wide goal. It's a much more difficult goal. Now, I think if we want this conversation to be productive, I've told you already that my preference is for a deal, a good deal, not a bad deal. I'm not going to make the same mistakes Obama did. I'm not going to make the same mistakes Biden did. I want a deal that will be a good deal for the United States, and I believe a good deal for Israel too. Tell me, Bibi, what you need for that to be a good deal, because you can talk to me till tomorrow about you don't like this deal, but there's going to be a deal if the Iranians agree. Now, I spoke this morning to Jared and to Steve. They were with you yesterday. They said, you said no lifting of sanctions until the Iranians actually implement. In other words, nothing to do with signing the deal. Lifting of sanctions will only happen when they've actually started to destroy their remaining nuclear infrastructure. I agree with that. We'll make it linked. In other words, for smiling and signing, they get nothing. It'll be a phased process based on implementation. Secondly, you say you want to reserve the right to act independently to protect. I accept that. I accept that principle, and we'll say that publicly. Third point, ballistic missiles, part of the deal. It has to be part of the deal. And once again, sanctions limitation, lifting the sanctions will only be in according to implementation. Is there anything else that you need that I can put in this deal? But if there's going to be a deal, the only one who can prevent this deal from happening is the Iranians. If they're stupid, if they're not willing to negotiate seriously, if they're not willing to agree to an agreement, then there'll be war, and then I will know, and the American people will know that there was no choice.
All right, that's an excellent point. I will say this. You're absolutely right. If Netanyahu right now, that absolutely it's key to say that you can't tie Israel's hand in the event that this doesn't work out. Second of all, I wasn't saying that you need to attack for regime change. That's for the Iranian people to do. I was saying you need to attack the ballistic missile sites, the uranium enrichment sites, the heads of the Revolutionary Guards and the Basij and the Ayatollahs to target you do targeted strikes. It isn't America's job to institute regime change in another country. No way. That's absolutely not what we believe or what's possible or what Americans, and it's certainly not what America first means. What it means is you enable the Iranian people to get out from under the people gunning them down, and in order for them to be emboldened and to do it themselves. That's the point of this. In any case, again, good luck. I don't believe that there is such a thing as a good faith deal with the Iranians and with the Ayatollahs, not with the Iranians. I think that again, they're not going to change their stripes, and if they did, they wouldn't be an Islamist regime. So the only question is whether or how much coordination the White House and Jerusalem, how much coordination will we have? How much notice do you need and do we need and who's going to strike first? Do we have to wait to be attacked by Iran in order to act? These are things that we need to know, and we need to iron them out fast because things are heating up, and it doesn't look like the Ayatollahs have any intention of agreeing to any of those things. And in the event that they do, they won't mean it.
So my people have been speaking to your people. My generals have been speaking to your generals, and I particularly like your chief of staff. He looks like a tough general to me. Of what we do if there's a war, and we will have excellent coordination. Excellent coordination. We work well together, Bibi. Your team, my generals and your generals, we work together very well. And if there is going to be a war, I expect that to be even better than before. It'll be a beautiful war. Is that too much over the top?
The big, beautiful armada and a big, beautiful.
But Bibi, all right, that's the option if the Iranians decide they don't want to deal. If the Iranians are stupid, and they could be stupid. But if they go for a deal, and it'll be only because I'm holding my pistol to their head. If they do agree to a deal, Bibi, we'll give it a chance. If we see they're breaking the deal, and I'll say so publicly, if they break the deal, first of all the sanctions will be on straight away, and we will use military force if we need to, and definitely Israel will have every right to protect its interests. But Bibi, we've got to give this a chance. We would be irresponsible as leaders now when this regime is on its knees, when this regime is uniquely weak, not to try to get through pressure diplomacy. I'm under no illusions. These guys are wackos. These guys, But if they're weak now, we have to put our foot on the neck. We have to squeeze and get a deal that has evaded every American president up until now in their dealings with Iran, every Iranian president since Jimmy Carter. I can do the deal. This is a time. I want you to be part of it. I want you to help me. Let's get a deal that's a good deal for us all.
But if you remove sanctions, then their weakness will become their strength. You're going to infuse money. They'll have more money with which to build up all their nuclear plants again and full speed ahead on their ballistic missiles. And you say,
no, but the minute they do that, their money stops.
Yes, but look at past behavior. They wouldn't let inspectors in any of the sites. How do we monitor that?
That's because Obama and Biden were weak leaders. They know. They start playing games. Trump will use his military force. If they break a commitment they made to me, look, they respect me. They know that what Trump says, he will follow through. They know that I'm not afraid to pull the trigger when I need to. They know that they will face the wrath of violent hell if they play games. With people like the Iranians, you can smile, but you've got to carry a very, very strong club. And that's the way to deal with these people.
Again, with people like the Islamists, okay? The Iranian people are not Islamists for the most part. They're not. And by the way, here's another problem. we know now that China and Russia, but particularly China, has been supplying Iran with all the technology that enables China to keep its people in the dark in terms of the internet and communications with the outside world. And that largely helped the Ayatollahs black out the internet as much as possible. Even when Elon Musk provided Starlink, it was very sketchy. They have a way of really keeping the people in the literal dark.
Bibi, that's the difference between you and me. You're a regional power. I'm a global power. I have to worry about the Chinese. I have to worry about the Russians. I want to take the Iranians out of the fire, to neutralize them, to make sure that they're not a threat, so I can focus on America's real threats. I'm not denying that the Iranians are a threat, but the Iranians are a middle-sized power. The Chinese and the Russians, they've got nukes. They're serious contenders. I want to take Iran out of this. And precisely because I'm worried about China and I'm worried about Russia, that's the reason I need to do this deal, Bibi.
But doesn't that contradict your vow to the Iranian people that help is on the way? What is the meaning of that?
I said
Doesn't
before,
matter.
though, there's no way the
Fine,
Israeli prime minister is going to raise that
Doesn't
issue
matter,
that
okay?
way.
I'm not actually the Israeli prime minister.
I know that.
Okay, so, but what does
Thank
that mean?
goodness.
Yeah, thank goodness. What did that mean? What does that mean that help is on the way? Do you know how many thousands of Iranians actually got killed after you said that and they were emboldened to continue protesting in the streets? What did it mean? What did you mean by help is on the way? Not a deal.
I support those people. I want to see them rise up and throw out this terrible, despicable, evil, corrupt, inefficient terrorist regime. I want all that to happen, but that has to come from the Iranian people. I can't do it for them. Now, if we can get this deal, which will weaken the Iranian regime, which will tie its hands, maybe that will also help the regime change in the long term. At least there's a possibility of that. Just as targeted strikes against the Basij, against the Revolutionary Guards, against infrastructure projects, against the Supreme Leader, no one knows how that turns out either. It's not like there's a golden path and there's a path full of, terrible risks, right? Both paths are risky. I'm the president. I was elected to protect the people of the United States. I think this deal limits the risks and offers gains. Once again, in any negotiation, Bibi, you've done a lot of political negotiations, Bibi. I've done business negotiations. When the person you're negotiating is weak, you exploit that and you get the best deal that is possible.
Okay, well, listen, Mark, we're coming to the end of our podcast.
No, we're no longer role-playing. We're back to being Martha and Ruth.
We're back to being Mark and Ruthie because you seem to think that I did a terrible job of playing Netanyahu.
How was I playing Trump, though?
Pretty good. Although a little more articulate than Trump tends to be. I'm not sure how Netanyahu would take it if Netanyahu saw me and he'd say, I don't think you did a good job. I wouldn't talk to President Trump that way. But I will say one thing. Part of this had to do with our interpretation of what is actually, what is being said without being said, or what the meaning, we don't know what went on behind closed doors, regardless of public statements. And now being back to Mark and Ruthie, as I know many of fellow Israelis, I'm actually really hoping for a military strike on the Islamic Republic. However, whether coordinated with the United States or preempted by Israel or not preempted, but I think it has to happen. And that will also have an effect on all the rest of the region that is still really dangerous. Gaza, Syria, what's going on with Turkey, all of those, the Houthis in Yemen. I think this is crucial.
So I'll give you my analysis and not my preference. I think it's ultimately all dependent now on the crazy Iranian regime. Because if they make the compromises that Trump needs, there'll be a deal and Israel will have to live with that. And hopefully it'll, because of Netanyahu's visit, and it'll be a deal with less problems than otherwise. But my impression of everything we've seen from the president is he wants a deal, and if he thinks he can get a deal, it'll be a good deal and not what he would call a terrible, bad, stupid Obama deal, yeah? I think that's where we're going. It's not clear to me, now I'm giving my opinion, that's clear that that's the American position. It's not clear to me at all, and you could be right. Iran might be incapable of playing a serious game of negotiations, though they could say, we can make these terrible, difficult compromises now because in 3 years, this man is no longer in the White House. And then there could be a deal. But once again, the ball, I believe, is firmly in the Iranian court.
Okay, well, I think that that's a shame that the ball is in the Iranian court. I think it should be in Israel's court. But that's for another discussion. And until next week, who knows? Again, each episode we end by saying that by next week, who knows what's going to be happening here in terms of whether we're going to be in bomb shelters, not be in bomb shelters, etc.
So, Ruthie, we will wait and see, but it was a pleasure talking to you as the Israeli Prime Minister.
Well, it was great to be able to talk to President Trump as well.
Until next time.
Step into the story of Israel's heartland with Blessed by Israel, where every purchase connects you to the land, the people, and the promise. Taste the sweetness of the promised land in their delicious honeys, or wear the story of the land close to your heart with the stunning Special Places of the Land necklace. Behind each product is a family, pioneers living in Judea and Samaria, crafting beauty and goodness from the soil of the Bible. When you buy their creations, you're not only receiving something extraordinary, you're investing in Israel's future, helping small businesses thrive and communities grow strong. Join a movement that celebrates faith, resilience, and hope. Visit blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL, that's BLESSISRAEL, at checkout for 10% off on your first order. Be part of strengthening Israel, one purchase at a time.
Every time there's a meeting between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, the commentators reach for the exact same script. They look for daylight. They're hunting for tension. They're inventing riffs. They're trying to project insecurity. And every single time, they misunderstand the most basic truth about the relationship between Washington and Jerusalem. This is not a relationship built on a show of public harmony. It is built on shared interests. At times, there are private disagreements, but most importantly, strategic coordination, especially when the stakes are highest. So today, as everyone analyzes the President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu meeting at the White House, I want to focus on one thing: how the pundits got it wrong again. Not last year, not 5 years ago. I'm not talking theoretically. Again, right now, as we watch over Iran. Let's start with how this has been framed over the past few weeks. On February 9th, Haaretz, the Israeli newspaper, read, "Rushing to Washington. Will Netanyahu press Trump on Iran or fall into step?" You know, that headline tells you everything. Either Prime Minister Netanyahu, in their view, is pressing Trump, meaning there's tension, or he's falling into step, meaning Israel is subordinate. There's no category in the worldview for partnership. Then Haaretz again, 6 days before, reported that Netanyahu warned Steve Witkoff that Iran has repeatedly proven its promises cannot be trusted. Wow. Isn't that incredible? Like, Steve Witkoff and President Trump never thought that maybe you can't trust Iran? You know, this is the same president who tore up the Iran deal, who sanctioned Tehran and ordered the killing of Qasem Soleimani. He built his entire foreign policy brand on confronting Iran. And somehow now he's going to need Israel to explain that Iran is lying. This is not analysis. This is projection. It's assuming Netanyahu is arriving in Washington to educate President Trump. Now, that assumption is not just wrong, it is simply lazy. Because if you want to know whether Israel should be worried about Trump's negotiations with Iran, don't read the op-eds. Watch the actions. In the past days alone, President Trump has moved forward with the 25% tariffs on countries doing business with Iran, which is exactly what he said he would be doing. He publicly floated the option in front of the world of deploying a second U.S. aircraft carrier strike group to the region. Now, that is not the posture of a president that's being duped by Tehran. That is the posture of a president negotiating with leverage. And this is exactly where the pundits consistently fail. They treat diplomacy as vibes. They treat negotiations as psychology. Trump treats them as pressure campaigns. He talks and he backs it up with force. There's dialogue that is backed by deterrence. Now, this is not new. This is classic Trump doctrine. And guess what? Israel knows this, which is why Prime Minister Netanyahu, he didn't fly to Washington afraid. This is about something much, much bigger. But before we discuss that, let's first of all discuss the most revealing moment of all. The 2026 JNS International Policy Summit will take place April 15th to 17th at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in Jerusalem. Register today at jnssummit.org and use the coupon code JNSTV, that is JNSTV, one word, to receive 20% off all tickets. I look forward to seeing you in Jerusalem. Ali Larijani, a senior Iranian figure, posted directly to the Americans on X. He warned the Americans not to let Netanyahu teach them the framework of negotiations. He urged the Americans to remain alert to the destructive role of the Zionists. That tweet is not commentary. It's a confession. Iran only fears one thing more than American power aligned with Israel. Larijani isn't worried that Netanyahu will convince Trump. He's worried that Netanyahu doesn't need to, because the fundamentals are already aligned. Iran understands the U.S.-Israel relationship better than the pundits do, which is why Iran is trying desperately to manufacture daylight. Now let's rewind, because we've seen this movie before. Let's go back to May and June 2025. Headline after headline told us the exact same story we're hearing now. Trump warned Netanyahu not to strike Iran. That was from Reuters, Fox News, Al Jazeera. There were reports of heated phone calls in the Times of Israel. Sharp disagreements. Trump is restraining Israel. Netanyahu is defying Washington. Haaretz openly speculated whether Trump would dump Netanyahu. Reuters framed Israeli action as undermining Trump's peacemaker image. You know, in June, before the war, the pundits were ecstatic. They finally had their daylight. And then, boom, reality hit. Despite all the noise, despite the public disagreements, the United States and Israel moved into the deepest military coordination against Iran in the shared history of the two countries. Israel attacked and degraded Iran's operational and strategic infrastructure. We saw it as the key components of their nuclear military system were hit. The core elements of Natanz, their enrichment complex, blew up. Facilities that were linked to uranium conversion and fuel processing, their air defenses and command and control nodes, senior IRGC operational commanders taken out by drones, all of it was simply coordinated and happened together with the United States. And then, critically, the United States entered the fight directly, and the American forces struck Iranian nuclear facilities. You can argue about later assessments of that operation, and you can debate timelines, but one thing is absolutely indisputable. The pundits were wrong. They were dead wrong. The rift narrative collapsed under the weight of the facts. What they mistook for distance was coordination happening beneath the surface. So why does this keep happening? Why are the pundits constantly getting it wrong? Because the pundits misunderstand the idea of partnership. They think that allies have to agree publicly to agree strategically. They think disagreement equals weakness. They think friction means fracture. But real alliances, think about people you care about, people you have real discussions with. Serious alliances, they don't work that way. The US and Israel argue because the relationship is strong, not because it's weak. They argue because everything is on the table. Daylight is not disagreement. Daylight is silence. Back in the days of Obama. Daylight is when concerns aren't shared, when red lines aren't coordinated. That's when surprises happen. That is not what's happening now. This is an alliance in full conversation. So what is the Trump and Netanyahu meeting really about? It's not because of a narrow Iran deal. It's not because Netanyahu is worried. They're meeting because we are approaching a strategic inflection point in the Middle East. Iran is weakened, and they're going to be further weakened. Its proxies are degraded, and a regional vacuum is forming. And as we know, nature abhors a vacuum. The question isn't whether there's going to be a new order. The question is who's going to shape it. The United States, the superpower led by President Trump, and Israel are coordinating right now how to preserve their interests, deter aggressors which are threatening the world, prevent actors like China, Russia, and North Korea from exploiting this chaos. Now, this is not crisis management. This is strategic planning. If you want a historical analogy for the moment we're looking at right now, it's not a press conference moment. This is a Yalta moment. Yalta, 1945, the meeting between Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin. They convened to decide the political and security order of Europe after World War II. Not to fight the war, but to shape what came next. It shaped the spheres of influence, the post-war boundaries, the balance of power that defined the years following World War II. Yalta wasn't about winning the war, it was about shaping what came after. And this is not the first Yalta meeting between the two men. It's the 7th in 14 months. Prime Minister Netanyahu is doing something Israel has not always been trained to do, to think beyond survival, to think beyond the next strike, to think about the future architecture of the region. And that requires coordination with the only superpower that matters, led by President Trump. And that coordination is happening, whether the pundits see it or not. So no, there is no daylight here. There is debate, there's honesty, and there is strategy. The pundits got it wrong in May 2025, and they got it wrong in June 2025, and they're getting it wrong now. And the people who understand this best, it's not Haaretz columnists. It's not Western left-wing commentators. It's actually Iran, which is why they are trying so hard to convince you otherwise. Don't believe the fake news.
Today, we're joined by Eliyahu Kleinman, who works closely with overseas buyers navigating the Israeli real estate market. With so many foreigners investing from abroad, we wanted to talk about the most common mistakes that buyers make, and just as importantly, the opportunities that exist in the Israeli market right now. Eliyahu, thank you so much for joining us today. Pleasure to have you here again. You work with many international buyers. From your experience, what are the most common mistakes that foreigners make when buying property here in Israel?
So basically, there are two main mistakes that we see the clients are doing. First of all, they're assuming that Israel is another star at the American flag, and they think that the Israeli real estate market is like like America or any other place in the world. So when you start assuming things in life and you don't really understand how the process works, how the market works, speaking with the professionals like attorneys who specialize working with the international clients, realtors as us, mortgage brokers, and so first of all, that's the number one mistake, because we're here to protect you as a buyer. And the second thing, that when people look in a deal, look at the price, and they don't look in the big picture. Or what are my guarantees? Who is the builder? And there are so many things that need to be discussed, that it's not only about the price. You need to see the big picture, that eventually what you're buying is what you're going to get. So I think those are the main two things that really to protect the buyer and avoiding making mistakes.
Now, how important is planning? I mean, anytime you're buying a property, you need to plan in advance. But how important is that for an overseas buyer?
First of all, ask yourself, why do I want to buy? Why did I left my contact information about the purchasing in Israel? Once you understand the why, planning your budget, planning if you want to make aliyah, don't make aliyah, but plan your timeline, and really understanding the full picture, as I said before making any decision.
Now, right now in the Israeli market, there are a lot of opportunities. Can you tell us a little bit about what's happening here in Israel, opportunities that may exist for foreign purchasers?
So let's not forget that we are after 2 years, almost 3 years of war, hostages, high interest. Now it's a buyer's market. And so people ask me, okay, what does it mean to be in a buyer's market? So there are main three things. The first one is price. You can get a better price to be negotiated with the seller. Second are the terms. If it's the terms of the deal, the payment plan, index, upgrades in the apartments. And the third thing is that when you come to purchase something, you're not in a rush that the apartment will be taken tomorrow. You have the time actually to choose the apartment, to choose the property that will be good for you, because there are days when it's a seller's market, and it happens a lot, that a client is overseas, it comes the next day, and it says, look, the apartment, either the price went up or the apartment is sold. So definitely today it's a buyer's market. We don't know for how long it's going to stay. But now we feel after the war, hostages are back. We feel the prosperity. And I really believe that if someone wants to purchase an apartment in Israel, that's a very good timing for him now. And that's why we're here, to give you the best service and the best deal that suits you as a buyer.
Sounds like it's actually a really good time to enter the Israeli real estate market. But I do want to ask you, before I let you go, if there's someone watching who is interested in purchasing property here in Israel, what advice would you have for them?
Speak with professionals, do your homework, build your team to make this process. It's not an easy process, but if you work with the right professionals and you communicate with them, we're here to make it much smoother and enjoyable.
And you're here to streamline, you guys work to streamline all of those things that you mentioned, the common pitfalls, not working with the professionals, and the different obstacles that may come up in purchasing a property, right?
As I said, it's about communication and culture and understanding. Once you try to, not going by the book, so eventually, we heard a lot of people saying, look, I purchased an apartment in Israel, but it's not what I've been told. Because when you try to do things not in the right way, there will be surprises. As I said, it's not like buying abroad. But nonetheless, a good time to buy, right? It is a good time to buy because smart investors and smart buyers know when everyone is quiet and when it's a buyer's market, that's the time to buy. Because when prices are going up and it's a seller's market and everything, is there, so you're going to get less for your money, or you're going to be your position is weaker.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. Sorry to cut you off there. Eliyahu, you can learn more about buying property and working with Eliyahu here with his professional consultation to make sure that your investment is planned, protected, and, of course, strategic from day one. Feel free to scan the QR code to get in touch.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Ladar Lazi, coming to you live from Israel, bringing you all the biggest headlines from across the region. Here's everything you need to know. The Islamic Republic of Iran held live military exercises in the Strait of Hormuz, announcing it would temporarily shut down the strait. This rare move comes as nuclear talks with the United States resumed in Geneva, an apparent show of force as President Trump threatens military action and even regime change if diplomacy fails. The drills, which began yesterday, were described by Iranian state media as a response to potential security and military threats. The exercises involved both the regular Iranian Navy and the naval arm of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, including fast attack boats, submarines, drones, and coastal missile batteries. So far, there are no reports of direct incidents with commercial or foreign military vessels, but shipping companies are closely monitoring the situation. The timing comes amid a U.S. military buildup in the region, including the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln. The USS Gerald Ford is reportedly en route, and multiple warships deployed across the Persian Gulf, the Arabian Sea, the Red Sea, and the eastern Mediterranean. Analysts say Tehran is signaling it could disrupt shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, a critical energy choke point through which about 20% of global oil supplies pass. With military forces on alert and diplomacy hanging in the balance, the risk of escalation remains high. And at this hour, the second round of talks between the United States and Iranian officials concluded, with negotiations aimed at curbing Tehran's nuclear program and averting a potential war. At this hour, it still remains unclear whether the talks were successful or if any progress was made. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi met White House envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, with Oman serving as mediator. Araghchi said prior to the talks that he is in Geneva with real ideas to achieve a fair and equitable deal, but added that Tehran will not submit to threats. Iran has indicated it will accept limits on its nuclear program for economic sanctions relief, but refuses to give up the right to enrich uranium. Washington wants the talks to also cover Iran's ballistic missiles and support for armed groups, issues Iran calls non-negotiable. These high-stake talks could determine whether diplomacy prevails or the region faces further escalation. President Donald Trump told reporters aboard Air Force One that he would be involved in Iran talks, though indirectly. Let's take a listen.
What are you expecting from these Iran talks in Geneva tomorrow?
So I'll be involved in those talks indirectly, and they'll be very important. We'll see what can happen. It's been typically Iran's a very tough negotiator. They're good negotiators, or bad negotiators. I would say they're bad negotiators, because we could have had a deal instead of sending the B-2s in to knock out their nuclear potential, and we had to send the B-2s. I hope they're going to be more reasonable. They want to make a deal.
And meanwhile, visiting U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham said that President Trump will decide between war and a deal with Iran within weeks and not months. Speaking at a press conference in Tel Aviv, he had this to say.
My presence here today is to reassure the Israeli people there is no light or gaps between President Trump and Bibi about what to do and how to do it. There are two lines in the water right now. One's a diplomatic line, trying to find a way to end this regime diplomatically that will advance our national security interest. The other line is the military option. I think President Trump is looking for which line can catch the biggest fish. The bottom line is we're into weeks, not months, in terms of decision making.
And before we go for now, we've got some exciting news. You can get Israel updates on your WhatsApp channel. Breaking stories, live updates, and verified reports, all delivered fast and accurate. Just scan the QR code on your screen to join. That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour, broadcasting live from Israel and the heart of the Middle East. I'm Lidar Lazi. Thanks for watching.
Sourdough is very different than making a traditional bread or challah. It does not rise fast. It is a really slow process, and if you rush it, it just simply doesn't work. If you don't rush it, what you get is incredible, and you can't get it by moving fast. And they both take different amounts of time and effort to make that happen. That's what happens in communication. There's a tremendous benefit that she will never know unless she slows down to move at his pace, what it feels like to move at a slower pace.
Welcome to the Jewish Matchmaker podcast on ILTV. I'm Aliza Ben Shalom, your host, and I am so happy to be here with you today. We are taking your questions. So if you have a question about dating, love, relationships, marriage, you can send it to us on Instagram at Aliza Ben Shalom or at marriagemindedmentor.com/podcasts. Today, we have a whole bunch of questions, and Sarah is here to review them with me, banter it out, and figure out what's going on, and I have no idea what's about to come.
She really doesn't.
So surprised me.
Sometimes I'm like, oh, wait, I should have shown you this question first, but
No,
we're not
no
doing
heads
that
up.
today.
Let's do it.
Okay. Shalom, Aliza. I need advice on a situation. I'm a young single Jewish girl, and every time I meet a guy or I'm approached by one, I always lay things straight. I date for marriage, and I have standards that I won't lower for anyone. Recently, a guy that I've known for a while but never really talked with reached out. I found out he's from a Jewish family, but they don't practice as much as my own does. He seems interested in me, dropping hints here and there, but when I asked about it, he said that he was just wanting to get to know me. I wasn't convinced with his just friends approach, as he had complimented my looks more than once. He seems to be a good guy, just not the one Hashem has for me. I've prayed for guidance, and I didn't feel peace in my heart when I asked God if he was the one. How should I approach this? Ooh. I feel like there's so many parts
I was just
here.
going to say, I was like, this isn't like one question that we have here.
No.
So, okay, let's break it down.
I'll break it down for you. Let's start with, he's communicating with me. He seems interested, dropping hints. When I asked about it, he said he just wants to get to know me, but also commented on my looks.
Okay. So first of all, she mentioned that she seems to be more on the religious side and he seems to be less religious, to whatever degree that means. So the just friends approach.
Also, I didn't mention this, but it sounds like there's not a lot of Jews in the area at all.
Okay, so it's a small community. So when there's not a lot of options, people do look locally and take a closer look. I highly recommend it. I love it. But I also think that it's important to know he's probably testing the waters, because if it's a small community, like, you don't want to ruin something and then it's awkward and then we see you at events and things. And
she's done dog sitting for his parents.
Ah, right. So there's like some sort of I say like mystery in your history. There's a little bit of a connection from the past.
Right.
And there's some sort of a relationship that exists, not a relationship between them, but a relationship between the families.
Right.
So he's probably taking the let's be friends/friendly approach to explore what he thinks and how he feels. Mm-hmm. Also because he kind of knows her, but he doesn't know her. Exactly. So when you know somebody but you don't actually know them from dating relationship perspective, he's like, I feel like he's doing a little dance. It's kind of like, oh, you're cute. Oh, I think she's cute. Oh, like there's little, oh yeah, no, we're not dating. Oh, that would be too serious. Like, just we can get together. We can hang out. There's like a little something that's here between us, and I want to explore that, but I'm afraid to commit to exploring it too seriously. And if he's less observant, he might anyway want to start out being a little bit more casual.
Yeah.
So for this first part, I'm like, okay, I understand where he's coming from, but then she moves on to say, I kind of prayed on this and went into my own heart, and I don't feel that he's the right person for me. Like, we're not in enough alignment. That's kind of what I got from the second part of this.
I also kind of got that, but I don't know. I'm like going back and forth because she says, I didn't feel peace in my heart when I asked God if he was the one. So I feel like there's no clarity either way.
Oh, I didn't feel peace in my heart. So I didn't get a yes and I didn't get a no.
That's kind of how I'm reading it, because otherwise why is she coming to you?
Right.
I mean, we love you and we love your advice, but...
So I didn't feel peace in my... Right. So here's how dating works.
Tell us, Aliza.
My favorite is to simplify the really deep/confusing concepts and just give you the basic way to think about it. Either A, you're interested, B, you're not interested, or C, you are stuck somewhere in the middle. Now, A and B are really easy. Right. Interest is easy, and totally no interest, you are not for me, very easy. Mm-hmm. But the I don't know, that's where like...
All the I don't know stuff.
All the I don't know stuff is totally in my book, and especially with the first chapter, which talks about date 'em till you hate 'em. It's a really big thing. And this type of concept would be great for a situation like this, okay? And I always have to clarify, no hating anybody, love your neighbor as yourself. That is a Jewish concept and something that we believe and follow. But date somebody until you have clarity, until you know. It's just not catchy and you won't remember that. So date 'em till you hate 'em, okay? So what I mean by that is go out with him. Get to know him. even as a friend, like on his terms, because for you, you're going to have a dating mindset. He's not. That's totally fine. We don't know if he does or doesn't want to date, but you have a question of how do I handle this situation? We don't care about his clarity, because if you don't like him being a no, it's irrelevant because you made a decision that it's a no. If you do like him, then we can see how to progress from there. But if you don't even like him, it's not worth it. And I don't know is really not the right direction. And the main reason is, what do you have to do? Circle back to this 5 years later?
Right.
You could do this now.
Right.
You could hang out, get to know him, connect, see, do I like him? Do I like his values? I love friends that turn into relationships. So I'm not afraid of saying, great, so you're going to see if there's something here, a friendship.
First.
Now, if she's more religious, she's not going to want to be friendly so much, or maybe she doesn't have so many male friends. I get that.
the vibe that
I know. She's somewhere in the middle. So I just think that developing this friendship is really smart. And if I like you as a friend, then there could be romantic interest. And if our values are aligned, then this might be worth pursuing. And by that point, maybe he'll be aware that that's good for him also. Or you're going to find out he's a great guy, but our values aren't aligned. So that's okay. He's not for me.
Right.
And you don't have to wait for him to have clarity. You know, a lot of the times we wait and we wait and we wait for the other person to have clarity.
Right.
You tell me, do you like me? Because if you like me, then maybe I like you. I'm like, I don't care what you think. It's irrelevant for the moment until I know what I think.
Mm-hmm.
I need to know what I think first, and then it matters what you think.
Right.
And that we see if we're aligned.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
did we hit every point on this?
We hit everything. There were I literally took notes. There were two things that came to mind. And I know this is not really PC, but I feel like you'll agree with me on this. I feel like women today, we know what our standards are, and we're not willing to settle, and we're not willing to lower our standards, and we shouldn't. And we sometimes have this vision of how it should play out and how it should look, and we don't need to be so married and so attached to that idea. And we also should consider how it's coming across, right? So do I know what my standards are, but I don't necessarily communicate it through my words, but just through my actions? Fine. Or do I say, by the way, I'm not going to date you unless you're dating me seriously? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a little too intense. By the way, when you first started reading the question,
that was the feeling.
I
also tensed up when I read it
back
first.
Almost from the microphone, like, oh, this is like intense. Like, you're so intense.
So just because of the way the question was phrased, I'm kind of wondering, like, are you coming off a little bit? I don't want to say a snob. I don't want to.
But too much in your head about.
Right.
Here's the process. I'm dating for marriage.
Correct.
You say you're dating for marriage. Now we actually date, as opposed to this. That you're
there
in
could
a
be a
community.
little fluidity.
There's fluidity. It's an organic process, and especially because you're in a community together.
And I think a great way to maybe be a little more flexible in how I'm approaching it, but also not lowering my standards, is exactly the 5-date challenge. Because if he's really if he's not actually interested in dating me, then if I say like, hey, I don't touch on the first 5 dates, he's going to be bye-bye.
But anyway, they're friends, so they should just be
hands
friendly. And they're
off.
not, and then that's the whole thing about being friends and, quote, hanging out. You're actually doing exactly what I'm saying, which is let's get to know each other, and we're just not using the word dating.
Right.
Like, we're just removing the word dating, but literally you're doing exactly what I want you to do, which is actually a great point to just tell everybody. Maybe you should just start dating people like you get to know friends. Yeah, and see if you like them as a friend. Because if you don't like them as a friend, you shouldn't be dating them. So we should start with like the friend connection.
Yeah.
And if I like you enough, it should turn into.
But without friend zoning them.
No friend zoning.
Yeah.
The friend. I mean, it can be
friendly with a little banter, a little flirtation.
We need a catchy language for this. We'll work
Elisa,
on
you'll
it.
think about it. Yeah. Okay. Next question. I am an American conservative Jew, mainly culturally Jewish, but open to deepening my spirituality, living in New York City, and I am considering making Aliyah. Right? Because I've dated here for a while and haven't met my match, and I feel like I click with Israeli men better. My family's here in New York, but I feel like the fastest way to meet my match and start a family may be to move to Tel Aviv. Is that a bad idea? I want to raise my future kids near my family, which is in New York. What are your thoughts?
I think it's a great idea. And I love the phrasing of the question. Now, I
wasn't expecting this answer, so let's hear why.
Okay. She gave me a lot of different clues and a lot of information.
Okay.
I'm in New York. I like my family. Haven't found my match. I need to change my place to change my results.
Right.
I agree with that. What's the best place to go to? Israel. Yes, you are correct.
Lisa is not biased.
There are thousands of more options here, right?
Yeah,
We have
yeah.
almost 50% of the Jews living in Israel. So you are making a very smart decision. Tel Aviv happens to be one of the most populated places. If you're a conservative Jewish human from the United States, that's a smart place for you to go.
Yeah.
Yes, and she likes Israeli men. And not all, but there's a good portion of Israeli men that would be so happy to move back to New York. They think New York is cool. My son walked around with his hat that said New York on it, right? And he's walking around, and they're like, New York, where are you from? I'm like, Philadelphia. I'm like, 2 hours south of New York. I know where it is, right? Like, it's the whole thing.
And then they're like, do you like cheese?
It's a whole Philadelphia thing. So I think that Israeli men some like the option of being able to go there, live there, and then be like, yeah, we'll come, we'll visit Israel. You come for the summer.
Right.
It's not like you leave Israel forever. Not nobody, but most people, you don't even leave Israel forever.
Right.
So you're going to get a little piece of your America and live there and do what you want, and a little piece of your Israel and do what you want. You can be near your family. And he's more likely to move than her.
Right.
The woman often wants to be closer to her family. So I think that's totally normal that she would want to be closer to her family. And when she comes to date, also Israel, everything's like zarem. It's like in flow, right? Did I say that right?
Lizrom. To flow.
Lizrom, to flow.
My favorite is when the Israelis are like, I ask a question, they're like, we'll see, I'm flowing. And I'm like,
it doesn't work in English. You can't say I'm flowing. But in Hebrew, they say it, that you're just like in a state of flow.
Yeah.
And I feel like you don't, sometimes, same thing. We had a medical question, other things that we've asked on this podcast before. Listen to those other episodes, by the way. But you sometimes need to announce and share certain information earlier on. But this is the case where you get to know somebody, you see, whatever. They know you're from New York. They know maybe you would want to move back. And then at a later point, you have that more serious conversation when there's something that's there more. So I would totally say, come to Israel, move to Israel. Yeah, whether you travel here, move here, come here for a couple months. I mean, it's better if you live here and you're established and you do something. Like come with a 3-year mindset where I'm going to find my person, even in the beginning. We'll get married.
Right.
And then before we have kids, we'll move back to America with the family. And then also, you gave a little. You were here in Israel for a little bit with him, with his family. And assuming that they're from here, they could be from anywhere.
Right.
And then you move back.
Right.
I think it's smart. And
okay,
if you don't,
it makes sense.
If you don't meet an Israeli, you can meet. There's so many kinds of people you can meet here.
That's also true. I didn't love the idea of moving with the intention of knowing you want to move back, but you're right, there are so many Israelis who are so happy to move to America. Especially if she's already established there and has family there, and it's going to be an easier transition. So
exactly,
that makes sense. There was something that I noticed in the question that wasn't her question, but I feel like I want you to address it. She said, I'm a conservative Jew, mainly culturally Jewish, but open to deepening my spirituality. And I always find that intriguing, and I know we've talked about it before, because she's not saying I am deepening my spirituality. She's saying I'm open to it, and it kind of sounds like for someone else. That's
interesting.
Can you we're not speaking to you, don't worry, but just in general, can you speak to that?
So when you first said that or reread that, I heard, opening to deepening my spirituality. I'm thinking, don't go to Tel Aviv, go to Jerusalem. Maybe go to a program. Maybe you should go learn for 3 or 6 months, or just explore it so that you know what it means to you, so you know what you want out of it. And then you know what type of a person you want to be with and or grow with. The way that you phrase it, which
it's so funny. We heard it so differently.
I'm open to deepening my spirituality. If my partner was that and I'd be with them, which, by the way, culturally in Israel, people have more traditionalism. And I grew up conservative. So I feel like I understand the question at a deeper level. And she probably will really enjoy Shabbat, but they do Friday night, but they go out Saturday, or they're not keeping everything, but you have a Friday night meal together. That's a part of the traditions that we do.
The culture is so much more rooted here and so much more alive.
Yes. That's fabulous language. The culture is so much more alive here. And you live your Judaism.
Yeah.
You love it and you live it.
Yeah.
And that's something that's really special. But I would say if you're open, or if anybody's open to exploring it, you should totally explore it. And Jerusalem's the place to go, not Tel Aviv.
And I'm just going to say on behalf of Eliza, if this was your question and you end up making Aliyah, let us know. Yeah.
We'll meet up.
Okay. Yes. Next question is from Eli. I'm I really like the woman that I'm dating, and our values are mostly in alignment, although our communication styles are not. She's more communicative and therapy-minded in the way that she speaks and wants the same from me. I'm a little more reserved and have less of a need for ongoing conversation, but I do like that it helps to bring out a side of me that I appreciate. However, at the end of the day, it feels to me like her emotional needs are more than I'm used to, and I'm not sure that I'll be able to consistently meet those needs. How can we work this out? Okay. I like this. I like this one because he sounds so emotionally attuned and emotionally aware.
How can we work this out? Not what do I do about
Where
this?
are the men like this?
He's right here.
Dating someone.
Yes.
Someone lucky.
So here's the way that I think about it, because my brain thinks a little bit in like metaphors. First of all, communication is like learning A, a new language, or B, a new instrument. Think about it. If you play something or you don't play something, if you play the piano but you've never played the guitar and you pick it up, it's going to be really awkward as you're moving your fingers and trying and like switching from different chords. You're like, I don't know what to do, and it doesn't feel right. And then after 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years, right? All of a sudden, you're in flow. Things are working. There's something, you're like, it just happens.
Yeah.
So communication is the same way. You have to get into a state of flow. You have to know yourself and you have to know the other person. And then you have to see, where do we bridge this gap? So first of all, you know the problem, which is great. You're not coming asking what's the problem. Now you're coming to ask, how do we fix the problem? She wants to talk more, communicate more, emotionally share and be connected. And I'm like, good, like, I can handle less, I can do less. On both sides, I think we have to, meet somewhere in the middle. But it's not just middle. Like, everybody's like, we have to compromise. No. Sometimes she has to lean a little more. Sometimes he has to lean in and give a little bit more. And sometimes we're going to both lean out. And hopefully sometimes we'll both lean in and we'll match each other. But we have to have an awareness that I can't just stay who I am and be with this person, right? I can't just say, I am who I am. I like who I am, and that's what it is. Yeah, that's great, but that's not great to be in communication with anybody.
Right.
Because there's no carbon copy of you, even if you're a twin. It's just not the same. So I think that it's really important that he takes a moment to go, I'm learning a new instrument, right? I'm learning to play the flute.
Yeah.
I'm learning to play the clarinet. I don't know how this works. What are the notes? Where do my fingers go? How do I give you what you need? What is it that you need? And then to be able to say, oh, well, okay, your need is here. My ability is over here. How about if I just like step it up a step or two? And she goes, oh, that's great. And then the other side needs to recognize he did something. He took a step. He gave in this relationship. What can I do for him? And how can I help? And what does he need? And and it's a pace thing also, right? Like, she's moving at a quick emotional pace and he's moving at a slow pace. Now, neither one is better. She might think, oh, he has no clue about all this emotional stuff. But let me tell you also, she has no clue that when you move at a slower pace, things happen differently.
Right.
If you think about baking, there's certain, and I don't know if you're into baking. Are you into baking?
I mean, let's see where this analogy is going to go, and I'll tell you if I get it.
Just for example, sourdough is very different than making a traditional bread or challah.
Right.
It does not rise fast.
Right.
It is a really slow process. And if you rush it, it just simply doesn't work.
Right.
If you don't rush it, what you get is incredible. And you can't get it by moving fast.
Right.
So
yes, that's so true.
Okay. So now that you have that image, like, they're two different things and they're both fabulous. Right? We got a challah, we got a sourdough. They're both tasty. They're both incredible. And they both take different amounts of time and effort to make that happen. That's what happens in communication. There's a tremendous benefit that she will never know unless she slows down to move at his pace, what it feels like to move at a slower pace. And you might think, no, but he's not communicating. No, he is communicating.
Right.
But he's communicating, like, again, also with music. All these things keep coming back to my head. We have a rest, right? We have strum, 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 rest. The rest isn't rest. It makes the music.
Right.
It's drama.
It's not nothing. It's something.
Exactly.
Right.
It's something. And it has such a powerful effect. And she's missing the music. She's missing the song that exists if she doesn't pay attention to what's happening on his side. And so I think that there's a benefit to saying, wow, she has something to offer. And men, more likely than women, won't notice this. He has something to offer too. And we can't miss that. And we should try on both styles of communication, different types of
totally
connection.
gonna I feel like I'm gonna look at all of my relationships so differently now, even my friendships, and see how are they communicating? Because it's so frustrating when the person doesn't communicate the way that you want them to.
Yeah,
it's so frustrating.
And when you do, because the irritating thing is when you have that person and you're in flow and you're like, oh my gosh, that was I love hanging out with you, because you want that feeling with everybody all the time. But when you have that, you don't know anything else.
Yeah.
Like, you and I have worked together for a long time, and we've also said when we work with other people, it's different, and then you're not in flow, and you're like, oh gosh, I got to start all over again. This is so annoying. You're not in flow.
But when we take the time and we slow down and we're like, 1 second, I'm not going to talk to her or him the way that I would talk to Eliza, let's say. And I let myself no, okay, this person's not Eliza. It's not going to flow the same way. Right. But I allow myself to explore, so what does communication look like? Sometimes it really doesn't work out, but so often it does.
Right. And now it's also speaking 2 languages. I know how to do it my way, and I know how to do it your way. And people that speak multiple languages can communicate with more people. Right. So this isn't going to only help you in your relationship. This is going to actually help you in every single relationship in your life, because you will have more languages to communicate with other people.
Right. Wow. Okay. I love all this. I just want to look at one other point in the question really quickly. I'm curious if there's any place to say at what point does something become too needy, right? Some women are really just emotionally aware, and we can speak the therapy jargon, and we have all the right things to say, blah, blah, blah. And sometimes we're just quote unquote too needy. I mean, I don't believe in too needy, because we want you
too needy from somebody else rather than I have needs and I know how to satisfy them
for myself
through other relationships, through other connections, and you're not my only you're not my everything.
Right. So how in this using this question as an example, where's the place to say she's got her own work to do also? So that it's not all on him.
I think that has to be a part of every conversation.
Okay.
Right? She's feeling, oh, I need this from you. And I think at every point he needs to say, right, we communicate your way, we communicate my way, and for this moment, we're trying it this way. And that's what it is. That's where we're at. That's part of the communication, which is I can't move at that pace.
Right.
Again, if we go back to languages and I'm speaking a language and I'm not speaking your language and I'm speaking really quickly and I'm just moving, you can't even understand me.
Right.
But when I actually slow it down, I'm thinking about Hebrew, I'm like, please, could you just...
No, totally. I do that all the time.
In English, I speed it up to 2.0. I'm like, and I can hear everything and I can understand it. But in Hebrew, I'm like, okay, how about 0.75?
Right.
Okay. And then I can actually move with it and understand it more. Sometimes moving at a slower pace is going to help you to understand it more. But I think he needs confidence to say, you have something really great to offer. It's one of the things I love about you, and it's one of the things that frustrates me about you. This is a challenge. And I have something really great to offer. And I know parts of that also frustrate you. And there's some things that are really wonderful. Let's just
learn each other's languages.
Let's learn each other's languages.
I love it.
And he has the patience to do this.
Right.
And he has the mindset to do it. He has the maturity to do it. So
just from the question.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Good luck. Keep us updated. Okay. Thank you so much. I am so happy to be with you here. I love your questions. Please send them in to me at Eliza Ben Shalom. And please remember, until next time, matches make families, families make communities, and communities change the world.
As tensions mount between Washington and Tehran, we're now joined by Dr. Mordechai Kedar, Middle East expert at Bar-Ilan University, to break this down. Hi, and thank you for joining.
Good afternoon.
President Trump says to Iran, give us the right deal and we won't attack. So what would a right deal realistically look like in your opinion, from Washington's perspective? And would Tehran even agree to it?
As much as I understood, he talks about the nuclear program and the missile program, and maybe spreading terrorism all over the Middle East. This is all he demands that agreement will include, and America will be satisfied. But the big problem is the regime itself. He should have demanded that all the mullahs are leaving Iran to China or to Russia or to somewhere else in the world and leave the government and change the government altogether. This should have been the demand. If they want to keep their life, they should succumb to such a demand. Yet, as much as I understand from the what is published about the negotiations, everything is about some nuclear program, missile program, or other programs, while the regime itself will remain. And this is the problem. The regime is the problem, not only the nuclear program or others.
Right.
And this should have been, under the American demand to change.
And what about from Israel's perspective? Are the American and Israeli perspectives aligned?
As much as I understand, there is a difference between Israel and the United States. While the United States takes into account the possibility to come to some terms about these questions and to have an agreement, which will be good for the United States, any agreement which will leave the Iranian regime as it is a bad agreement. Because from the Israeli point of view, the only cure to the Iranian problem is to change the regime dramatically, maybe with the Shah, without the Shah. In my humble view, Iran should be divided to ethnic states, a state for the Persians, a state for the Kurdish, because there is no Iranian nation. Iran is made of many nations, many ethnic groups, and most of them are subjugated to the Persians, and they deserve to have their own independence.
Now, we've seen massive protests inside Iran and 250,000-person rally in Munich supporting a regime change, just like you say, which is necessary. How significant are these protests?
It happened yesterday, not only in Munich, at least I know from firsthand, in Toronto as well. Hundreds of thousands of expats from Iran demonstrated in Toronto as well. Look, to say the least, the Iranian regime today is very, very unpopular, especially after what happened a month or 40 days or 39 days ago, the mass massacre in Iran. Don't forget that most of those who demonstrate out of Iran are people who ran away from the regime, ran away from the coercion of religion, ran away from the atrocities, ran away from the poverty, ran away from all the problems which the regime caused already 47 years since it came to power. And for them, it's only natural to demonstrate against the regime and maybe even to demand the return of the Reza, the son of the Shah, as an alternative, not because he's so beloved by people. People still remember his father. And his father was not such a kind man, after all. But as a substitute to the mullahs, they would accept also Reza.
Dr. Mordechai Kedal, thank you very much for this input.
Thank you so much.
And joining us now from Washington is veteran Israeli journalist Ariel Kahana. Thanks so much for being with us.
Steve, good to be with you.
Unlike previous meetings, there was no photo op or press conference this time at the White House where Trump and Netanyahu could be asked questions. Nevertheless, what have you managed to learn?
Correct. Yes, it was a very low profile, Steve, in this visit, the seventh meeting just on this term of President Trump. And as you said, we had no opportunity to ask questions, to talk to the president or to the prime minister. And the prime minister, by the way, made no interviews to the media here in America what he is doing when he is coming to Washington, at least in the right-leaning media. We saw nothing of all that. Now, what I get from that, my understanding, but also, let's say, hints, is that it's on purpose. And there are a few reasons why the profile is low by both sides. When it comes to Israel, I think Netanyahu doesn't want to be seen as the one who is leading what could be the next war with Iran. We all know, as Trump is saying, there is an armada on way. So it seems that the United States is gonna lead the next round against Iran if we're really gonna see it. So I think Netanyahu doesn't want it to be seen as if Israel is pushing or leading a war that the United States is gonna handle. So that's one reason for the low profile by Israel. From Trump is it seems, again, that's the hints I get, there are more preparations that should be done. Of course, we see the pressures coming from the other side, I mean, like Turkey and Qatar and others, not to, on Trump, not to act against Iran. So maybe Trump is, trying to figure out his way on this conflict. So all in all, at this point, he prefers to low profile and not to talk about it too much. So that's my understanding why we didn't see him talking to us, the reporters here.
Well, Ariel, Trump says the one thing he did say after the meeting is that he's determined to pursue a deal. And the noise out of Tehran says that talks on ballistic missiles are a non-starter. Are there any indications from the U.S. that they can get Iran to even discuss the missiles or anything, the proxies?
Well, we saw the unpredicted in many cases, so, I can't say it's 0%. But in my humble opinion, it's no more than 1% to see any kind of a deal between Trump and Iran. First of all, as you said, the Iranians are not ready to talk about other issues. And even if Trump will agree to talk just about the uranium, I mean, we were here, we were at this point a year ago, and there was no deal because the Iranians refused to give up on enriching uranium. So even on that field, there are zero chances, or I said 1% chance to have a deal. On top of that, as you said, they are not ready to talk about the missiles and about the other issues, which Trump loudly said just this week. He do want it to be part of a new deal. So the chances, again, in my opinion, to have a deal between the sides is very, very extremely low. Okay, and then the question is, if there is no deal, will there be a war? That's another question. I noticed the quotes by Senator Kennedy and Senator Lindsey Graham, who both met Trump the last days. Both of them said he is obligated, as he said publicly, to the Iranian people. And that means that at some point he will act. That's my understanding, again, from what is said by him and by others, including by some leaks of the record. So, again, in my humble opinion, it's not a question of if Trump will act, it's a question of when. Maybe it's going to be in days, maybe in weeks, maybe more. But bottom line is this problem, I mean, if Trump will stand to his word, and I guess he will, at some point he will have no other choice but to act.
The Iranian protesters certainly were shouting from their balconies yesterday against Khamenei. They were shouting for the U.S. They were waiting for that promised help that Trump promised. Is there any sign, whatever, that help is on the way for the Iranian people, aside from the missiles and the proxies and the nuclear, to bring down the regime?
So first of all, I think we have to say they are heroes. All those people who shouted from their balconies and from their homes, although the huge massacre they suffered from that brutal regime, each one of those people is a hero. Now, I think the question you raised is one of the reasons why we didn't see yet an American attack. And that is because it's not enough to hit the regime. And of course, America can do that very strongly. The other point is whether we have an opposition, whether we have someone else that can replace this regime. I guess, I don't know, but I guess it's part of the preparations. I would say it makes sense. It should be part of the preparations for an American operation. But once again, Lindsey Graham and Senator Kennedy, both of them met Trump this week. and said that his promise, help is on the way, is still relevant. It's still here. So I guess they know what they heard from Trump.
Ariel Kahana, thanks so much for being with us. We'll see you in the coming days.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and weeks. Yeah, thank you very much.
And joining us now for more on Iran is Hussein Abdul Hussein. He's a research fellow at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Hussein, thank you for joining us. We know what Prime Minister Netanyahu's message there in Washington is. Any agreement has to include issues like the ballistic missile program of Iran and support for terror proxies. But President Trump does want a deal. How much do you think he's going to take those concerns in consideration in deciding whether to move on a deal or move ahead with a strike?
Well, it seems to me that recently President Trump has added the item of ballistic missiles to his demand. So he used to just mention the nuclear, and now we see that even though he says that he wants a deal, and even though he said that Iran also very much wants a deal, he also made sure to add the ballistic missile demand. And we know that the Iranians have drawn a red line, and by saying that this is a non-starter for them. So if this is the case, then I see that to an extent the U.S. and Israel are on the same page. You know, if we can get rid of the ballistic missile, whether through peace or through war.
Now, we know that there's going to be another round of negotiations. The Iranians are masters at dragging out these kind of talks, playing for time. What kind of deadline do you think the U.S. is going to put on them? What kind of deadline do you think should there be?
Logically speaking, we cannot have our forces on high alert in the Gulf, having our aircraft carrier just sitting there in the middle of the Gulf doing nothing. There's a time limit for all this deployment. There's a time when all these assets should go back home to where they came from. So it seems to me that there is a deadline, a military one. We either strike or we get the Iranians to concede, but we can't just drag on like things used to be during the Obama years, or sometime in the past when talks were open-ended.
Right now, President Trump is hearing Prime Minister Netanyahu's message. We know he also hears other voices from the region, especially, for example, the Gulf states, the Arab states in the Gulf, an area you have some expertise in. What is he hearing from them, and how much of an influence is that going to play in making his final decision whether to deal or strike?
Well, President Trump is mostly hearing from Saudi Arabia. And at this point, we understand that the Saudis, what they used to consider as a threat after the June war, Iran has not been as much a threat to them as it used to be before the June war. So this is something that's been taken care of. Now, add to it that from a Saudi perspective, there's an economic angle. A weak Iranian government under sanctions is much better than a revamped Iranian government that can bring to the oil market another 3 or 4 million barrels of oil at the time when oil is really very cheap on the global market. So the Saudi calculus is very different from the Israeli calculus. Israel looks at Iran for the time being as an existential threat, and as such, it has an interest in either having the Iranians really concede or be struck and these, the missiles and the nuclear is taken out of Iranian hands.
Hussein, where do all these developments leave those, the Iranian people, those that took to the streets, were hoping for some kind of action to help their situation from the U.S. or from the international community?
Well, it's unfortunate that if the Iranian people really factors in, they're usually item number 4. So they come after the nuclear, the ballistic, the proxies, and number 4. And by the time we get to number 4, we know that if the Iranian regime is conceding, then that'll be really down on its list, and nothing much will change for them. By the same token, if we strike Iran and end up taking out the nuclear capabilities and the ballistic missile capabilities, then we also know that these people will stay under the regime, and no one thinks that our strike will end up taking the whole regime out. So it's unfortunate that, we promised these people help. I don't see how we can offer it to them. I hope that by weakening the Iranian regime, it will be too weak to oppress them as it's been using to. But at this point, I don't really see a clear plan for how we can help these people out of the tyranny of the Islamist regime.
That's unfortunate. Let's hope for the better or best for them. Hussein Abdul Hussein there from the FDD in Washington. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, as the negotiations continue between the U.S. and the Islamic regime in Iran, joining us now to discuss the latest developments is former Deputy National Security Advisor Chuck Freilich. Chuck, thank you so much for joining us. Always a pleasure to have you on here. Where do you think things stand today with the Trump administration? Has any actual progress been made towards a deal, given the regime's actions and statements as well?
Well, I think where things stand is really something that's only knowable if you have direct access to President Trump's thinking. He keeps his cards very close to him, and he also is capable of changing his mind at any period, at any point. I think we're reaching a stage where a decision will have to be made. It doesn't have to be made this week or next week. I think Trump can still play for time here. The talks have begun. They made at least enough progress so that both sides expressed an interest to continue them. Whether the progress goes beyond the simple agreement to continue talking is as yet unclear.
Now, what would a successful deal actually look like for the United States? Because the reality is, of course, we know the regime can't be trusted to keep its word based on history. They're still executing Iranians throughout this week even. So what would a deal look like?
Well, we know what we would like a deal to look like. And here, there's actually no daylight between the U.S. and Israel. There may be daylight in terms of what each side is willing to settle for. The ideal agreement would basically end Iran's entire military nuclear program, no enrichment whatsoever, removing the existing highly enriched uranium stockpile out of Iran, and some other measures on the nuclear issue. It will include a complete ban, at least on their long-range missiles, the ones capable of reaching Israel, and an end to their support for the various proxies in the region. Now, where there may be daylight between the sides is that Trump may wish to settle for a deal which focuses solely or primarily on the nuclear issue. Israel doesn't want to see the other two issues left aside, especially since at the moment, in the short term, the more pressing issue is actually the missiles and not the nuclear issue. It's, of course, the greater danger in the long term. It's truly an existential threat. But at the moment, the program hasn't advanced in any significant way since the attack in June. And the ballistic missile program, conversely, is progressing significantly, even rapidly. The good news here is that while they're building lots of rockets or lots of missiles, they have apparently not been able to rebuild the launcher arsenal. So they've got lots of missiles that they can fire on fewer launchers, which makes it harder for them to do so, to launch them, and somewhat easier for us to, or for the U.S. to attack them because there are fewer targets.
Well, we do see Prime Minister Netanyahu making an urgent trip to Washington now. In your take, what is Israel's concern here with the deal? You mentioned the hesitation about an only nuclear deal. Is it even theoretically possible that we would see Israel act alone militarily in the event that we don't see a good deal in Israel's eyes?
I don't think Israel has the freedom of maneuver today to do something against Mr. Trump's wishes. Now, if he's willing to okay an operation or just give a nod, even an unspoken yellow light, but something that's clearly understood, that's one thing. But I don't think we can act without the U.S. There's a possibility that this operation, just like in June, might end up being a joint operation. Unlike June, this time it would presumably be the U.S., the leading actor, with Israel providing additional support, whereas in June it was precisely the opposite.
All right, well, we will have to stay tuned and keep you updated on what happens with that. We'll be following the talks closely. But I want to thank you, former National Security Advisor Chuck Freilich. Thank you.
Thank you.
And joining us now with more on the Iranian threat and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's upcoming visit to the White House is Alex Trayman, JNS CEO and Jerusalem Bureau Chief. Alex, always great to have you with us.
Good to see you, Idar.
So let's get into this White House visit. What does Prime Minister Netanyahu hope to discuss with the president, and what does he hope to gain out of this meeting?
Well, obviously, this is an emergency trip. As you mentioned, he was supposed to go a week earlier, and now he's advanced the trip to go tomorrow. Obviously, could not wait another week in order to get to the White House. I think that this has less to do with the terms of the negotiations taking place with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. I believe that the United States is fully updated on what Israel thinks the position of those negotiations should be. I believe that this probably has a lot more to do with coordination regarding a strike, whether that's going to be a U.S. military intervention alone, whether that's going to be a joint Israeli-U.S. strike.
And, you know, the military option is still on the table, as you mentioned. I mean, we continue to see the U.S. amassing forces in the Middle East. We know Netanyahu and Trump have put on a show in the past prior to the 12-day war in June. How likely is it that this is all just another ruse and that we will see a U.S. strike on Iran?
I don't think this is a ruse. I think this is as serious as can be. The Prime Minister of the State of Israel, the President of the United States coordinating. We know that the head of the Air Force is going to be joining the Prime Minister during this meeting. There's a lot of details to discuss, a lot of targets, a lot of plans and coordination. I'm not saying that I believe that the President has decided that he does want to go ahead conclusively with a military strike, but I do think that they're putting those plans into place so that if the President decides that the time is now, that he's ready to order that strike and push the button. And so obviously a lot of these details just need to be discussed in person, can't be discussed over electronic means.
And look, I mean, there are so many conflicting reports, but from what we do know, right, the White House is maintaining that the talks are good and the Iranians want a deal. Yet the Iranian regime has basically said that they reject all of the U.S.'s so-called red lines and are unwilling to even discuss the ballistic missiles or the regional proxies. So the rhetoric and the reality are two very different things. I mean, what do you make of this?
I think that's right. I don't think it's a good strategy for the Iranians to be banging on the war drums as part of their rhetoric. I don't think that's going to go well with the President of the United States. But like you said, what's being stated as rhetoric is not what is being stated behind closed doors right now. I think that the Iranians potentially they want to be smart and recognize that having ballistic missiles, having nuclear weapons is not part of their long-term strategic plan if they want to survive. But at the same time, I think the President of the United States probably running out of patience right now. He wants there to be no nuclear weapons, no ballistic missiles, no funding of proxies. And then the other issue, of course, is how they're murdering their own citizens in the street. They've gone down tens of thousands. Some estimates show 80, 90,000 plus civilians being murdered by this regime. The president said help is on the way. And I do believe that this president wants to be known as somebody that backs up his word. If he says help is on the way, I don't think he's going to back down so fast without providing that help.
So that's very interesting because really this all began because of the uprising in Iran. And as you mentioned, President Trump urged Iranians to take to the streets and said help is on the way. But yet now he is negotiating with the very regime that massacred its own people. They crossed his red line once, and so far he really hasn't done anything. So has this come as a surprise or a shock here in Jerusalem? And does this perhaps signal a shift or even, sort of greater Arab influence on the administration?
I don't think so. I think that there's two things going on here. Number one is that the president wants to be able to tell members of the international community, Western European leaders, the United Nations, that he gave talks every opportunity to succeed before he decided to launch a military intervention. And the second component of that is that if the president does order a strike, that he wants it to be decisive, definitive, that it solves the problem, that you know who you're handing the country of Iran over to on the day after. And I think that this has been the reason why it's been taking many weeks since the time the president said help is on the way until the time he orders a strike. He needs to make sure that all those ducks are in a row so that when he does order a strike, that the outcome is as successful as they hope it can be.
And many in Jerusalem are concerned that if a deal is reached, that this could be another JCPOA, sort of another bad deal. Israel has said that if this is the case, it may strike Iran on its own. Is this a realistic scenario, and would Israel have to get a green light from Trump to strike? And do you think this is something that Netanyahu will discuss with Trump at the White House?
Well, don't forget, this is the president of the United States that pulled out of the JCPOA. I think there's a reason why he pulled out of that JCPOA, and I don't think he has any intention of going into a bad deal. This is a president that does not like bad deals. He talks about bad deals. So I think he's going to try to avoid a bad deal. The only deal that he will sign on to is a deal that ends the problem, a deal that might actually call for Khamenei to take an exit ramp out of Iran, the same kind of offer that he made to Maduro before, sending in special forces to remove him from Venezuela. So I don't think that the president is going to enter into a bad deal. I think it's important for Israel to demonstrate that they are prepared to act alone. But I do believe that in this point, it's not only Israel and Israel's security that the president is working to protect if he orders a strike. This is to settle down the entirety of the Middle East. Do not forget that this regime has destabilized Iran. It has destabilized Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Gaza, Yemen, by virtue also Saudi Arabia. And the president of the United States has an economic vision for the Middle East. He wants this region to settle down. And the only way to get it to settle down for the near and even long-term future is to take out the head of this terror octopus that has been destabilizing the entire region.
Absolutely. Alex Trayman, thank you so much for joining us and for sharing your insights today.
Thanks for having me.
The story of the Jewish people has never been about standing still. It's a story of moving forward, of taking responsibility, of protecting what matters, no matter the challenge. That story is still being written today, not with swords, but with stewardship of the land, with the rule of law, and with the determination to secure Israel's future. And on the front lines of that mission stands Regavim. Regavim is a public movement dedicated to defending Israel's national lands and natural resources in the field, in the courts, and in the public square. Through research, on-the-ground action, and legal advocacy, Regavim works to uphold the rule of law and to ensure that Israel can grow, thrive, and remain rooted in its homeland. When you buy from Blessed by Israel, you're not just shopping, you're standing with the families of Israel's heartland. Every bottle of delicious olive oil, handcrafted necklace, or jar of honey carries the spirit of Judea and Samaria. These, along with many more products, are the tastes, scents, and stories of the Promised Land, made by people rebuilding our biblical homeland every day. Shop now at blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL for 10% off on your first order.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Lidar Lazi, coming to you live from Israel, bringing you all the biggest headlines from across the region. Here's everything you need to know at this hour. The second round of talks between the United States and Iranian officials concluded with negotiations aimed at curbing Tehran's nuclear program and averting a potential war. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi told Reuters that the discussions were more serious in this round than before, and said the atmosphere was constructive, adding that good progress was made and the path is positive. He said that the two parties reached a general understanding on a series of guiding principles, which will enter into a possible agreement. He clarified that it doesn't mean that an agreement will be reached soon, but that the path has begun. Arakchi met with White House envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, with Oman serving as mediator. Tehran has indicated it will accept limits on its nuclear program for economic sanctions relief. But Washington wants the talks to also cover Iran's ballistic missiles and support for armed groups, issues Iran calls non-negotiable. These high-stakes talks could determine whether diplomacy prevails or the region faces further escalation. Earlier, President Donald Trump told reporters aboard Air Force One that he would be involved in the talks, though indirectly. Meanwhile, as the talks were taking place, Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, issued threats to the United States. In a post on X, he said that the strongest military force may at times be struck so hard that it cannot get up again. He added that the Americans constantly say that they've sent a warship towards Iran. Of course, a warship is a dangerous piece of military hardware. However, more dangerous than that warship is the weapon that can send that warship to the bottom of the sea. In a flurry of posts he made during the span of the negotiations, he also taunted President Trump directly and said that, quote, the U.S. president has said that for 47 years the United States hasn't been able to eliminate the Islamic Republic. That is a good confession. I say you too will not be able to do this. The Ayatollah also attacked the U.S., saying it has no right to interfere in Iran's ballistic missile or nuclear programs, the issues at the heart of the negotiations in Geneva. And also during the negotiations, the Islamic Republic of Iran held live military exercises in the Strait of Hormuz, announcing it would temporarily shut down the strait. This rare move came as the nuclear talks were ongoing with the United States, an apparent show of force as President Trump threatens military action and even regime change if diplomacy fails. The drills, which began yesterday, were described by Iranian state media as a response to potential security and military threats. The exercises involve both the regular Iranian Navy and the naval arm of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, including fast attack boats, submarines, drones, and coastal missile batteries. So far, there are no reports of direct incidents with commercial or foreign military vessels, but shipping companies are closely monitoring the situation, as are the United States and Israel. The timing comes amid a U.S. military buildup in the region, including the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln. The USS Gerald Ford is reportedly en route, and multiple warships deployed across the Persian Gulf, Arabian Sea, Red Sea, and Eastern Mediterranean. Analysts say Tehran is signaling it could disrupt shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, a critical energy choke point through which about 20% of global oil supplies pass. With military forces on alert and diplomacy hanging in the balance, the risk of escalation remains high. And transitioning now to Gaza, representatives of more than 20 countries are beginning to descend on Washington as U.S. President Donald Trump prepares to host the inaugural meeting of the Gaza Board of Peace on Thursday, a summit aimed at advancing reconstruction and post-war security in the Strip. About 24 countries are expected to take part in the first meeting at the level of heads of state and foreign ministers. Israel will be represented by Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar. And that's all the time we have at this hour. Join us every hour here on ILTV for the latest news out of Israel and the region. I'm Ladar Lazi. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to ILTV Security Brief. I'm Khaled Ben David. Each week, we focus on the latest developments in security and defense relating to Israel and the Middle East, impacting on this region and beyond. And we start with our top items of the past week. President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu meet in Washington to discuss the latest developments on Iran and Gaza, with the PM urging Trump to insist any deal with Tehran include limitations on its ballistic missile program and support for terror proxies, along with the nuclear issue. Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei remains defiant in the face of a massive U.S. military buildup in the region. President Trump's Board of Peace, comprised of world leaders expected to fund and oversee the reconstruction of Gaza, is set to hold its first working meeting in Washington on February 19th. The leaders of Qatar, Turkey, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Indonesia, and others are among those invited to attend. After several clashes with terrorists in North and South Gaza along the Yellow Line boundary, the IDF eliminates Ahmed Hassan, head of Hamas's sniper unit in Beit Hanun, and senior Palestinian Islamic Jihad operative Asim Abu Holi, commander of an elite unit in the Al-Quds Brigade. An Israeli airstrike in South Lebanon's Yanu region eliminates Ahmed Ali Salami, the commander of Hezbollah's artillery forces. In another operation in the Har Dov border area, Israeli security forces capture a senior operative from the Jamal Islamiyah terrorist group. Major Ella Wawaye is appointed as the new IDF spokesperson to Arab media, replacing her former commander, Avichai Adrai, who held that role for 2 decades. Known in the Arab world as Captain Ella, she is the highest-ranking Arab woman serving in the Israeli military. And now our big story. Israel is urging the U.S. to take a tough line in its negotiations with Iran, insisting that limitation on the regime's ballistic missile program and support for terror proxies must be included alongside the nuclear issue. But as Iran shows little signs of accepting any such deal, will President Trump stand firm with Tehran and finally pull the trigger on military action amid a buildup of U.S. forces in the region? Well, here's what Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump had to say ahead of their meeting.
בנסיעה הזאת אנחנו נדון בשורה של נושאים, עזה, האזור, אבל כמובן, בראש ובראשונה, במשא ומתן עם איראן. אני אציג בפני הנשיא את התפיסות שלנו לגבי העקרונות במשא ומתן, העקרונות החשובים. בעיניי הם עקרונות חשובים לא רק לישראל, אלא לכל מי שבעולם רוצה שלום וביטחון במזרח התיכון. תודה רבה.
They want to make a deal. They wouldn't talk to anybody else, but they're talking to me. But, you know, it's a good question. A lot of people say no. And I would say that I'd rather make a deal. It's got to be a good deal. No nuclear weapons, no missiles, no this, no that, all the different things that you want.
And joining us in studio for more is Ambassador Mark Regev. He is the former Israeli ambassador to the United Kingdom, also former advisor and spokesperson to the Prime Minister. And from Washington, D.C., Ron Campius, former bureau chief for JTA there, or now writes on Substack. Ambassador Regev, I want to start with you. We heard publicly what President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu had to say behind closed doors in the White House. Talk to us about what you think the Prime Minister had to say to the President.
Look, it's clear that President Trump has expressed continuously his preference for a deal with the Iranians. And he says it's not going to be a bad deal like Obama made, but he's committed to getting that deal. So the first question is, are the Iranians going to agree to the sort of compromises that Trump is demanding of them? And that's an open question. But there's also a question on the Israeli side, will President Trump stand for all the interests that are crucial for Israel? And that's, I think, the whole point of the visit. The whole point of the visit is that Netanyahu wants to tell Trump face to face what's important for Israel here. And it's, as you said correctly, the issue of the ballistic missiles, the issue of support for terror proxies, and most importantly, this is what the Israeli side was briefing before the visit, the issue was that you don't give the Iranians just, they sign some agreement and smile and they get sanctions relief. No. Sanctions relief will be step by step and based only on performance, not on commitments, but on the implementation of the commitment.
Right. And Iran, as Ambassador Regev rightly points out, President Trump certainly would like a deal. The question is, would he go along with the one that meets all the conditions Israel is talking about. He's gone back and forth on that, stressing the nuclear issue, sometimes including, for example, the missiles and terror proxies. Where do you see him leaning right now at this moment?
Well, I think that Netanyahu is at this meeting with much higher stakes than Trump. Trump has this sort of superpower, this magical power of brokering agreements that don't really differ that much from their predecessors. For instance, during his first term, he brokered a new NAFTA that didn't really differ from the old NAFTA, and then declaring victory and convincing at least his base that he's done it, that he's done something better than Biden or Obama did. And I think that would be Netanyahu's big fear going into this meeting, that Trump would get the same kind of deal that the Iran nuclear deal was in 2015, say it was a better deal, sell it as a better deal, but it doesn't have the elements that made that deal flawed from Israel's perspective. For instance, limiting missile production, for instance, cracking down on the terror proxies, and also not including sundowning on inspections, which that deal included, ending inspections after 10 years, for instance. Those are the kinds of things that I think Netanyahu would fear. And so what Trump, as he said in his briefing, he wants a deal. What kind of deal would satisfy him is, I think, what correctly concerns the Israelis.
Right. And Mark, what are the options for Israel? We know that Prime Minister Netanyahu spoke out strongly against what he saw as a very flawed deal agreed to by President Obama. How much room is there actually for the Prime Minister to maneuver with such a close ally as President Trump?
So it's very different, because at the time of the Obama deal, and I was in government at the time, I remember, the Americans actually didn't tell Israel about the talks. It was done behind Israel's back, and we found out about it through intelligence, because we followed what the Iranians were doing. And this is very different. As you know, the American team has been very transparent with the Israelis, very good communication on all levels. And I think that's why, Netanyahu was invited to the White House. And, they want to hear Israel's concerns. They want to try to make sure that we're on board. But I think you raise a good question. If Trump actually decides he wants to go forward and Israel isn't 100% behind it, so we have to be very, very cautious about how we use our muscle power if we have. And here it's a challenge for the Prime Minister. I would argue that if he's going in a direction we don't like, at least we should work to minimize the elements of the deal we don't like. And I think we do have that influence in the White House. We do have a certain amount of leverage. And Netanyahu should, in my opinion, concentrate on what is possible. In other words, the sort of thing that Ron said about, no automatic, ending of inspection at a certain period in the future. Right. The idea of sanctions relief, which is clear what the Iranians want, but it shouldn't be something that's either, black or white. It should be a lot of grey, and it should be step by step, and it should be based on performance, not on promises.
Right. And Ron, we know that it seems that there are differing views within the administration about how to approach this issue. Talk about the sort of pressures, the other voices besides Prime Minister Netanyahu that President Trump is listening to as he makes this crucial decision.
Well, that's interesting, because it comes down to something that Trump himself has raised, which is who should succeed him. He said that, he's famously said a couple of weeks ago, I think, that he thinks a Rubio-Vance ticket would romp to the presidency in 2028. But the question is, who's on top, Rubio or Vance? And that's how the tensions break down. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, who has proven to be very loyal to Trump, is also very much an internationalist, somebody who has always been very wary of any sort of expansion of Iranian power in the region. And J.D. Vance leans much more isolationist. He does not, I think if he were to go into 2028 on the top of the ticket, he would not want to have been part of an administration that led America into any kind of intractable war. And so he sees any kind of heightening of tensions in the Middle East with Iran as perhaps leading to that. So those are the pressures that Trump is facing. I think he listens to both men. He also he takes his own counsel above all. But But those are the kinds of things he has to deal with, along with domestic pressures. He's having a very difficult time now domestically, and he wants a victory.
Right. We know President Trump would like to see a deal, Mark, but we also know that in contrast to some of his predecessors, he's willing to use military force if he deems it necessary. Let's take a look at that route there. What could Prime Minister Netanyahu be talking and spoken again behind closed doors about what the role of Israel will be if, in fact, it comes down to an attack on Iran?
Could I challenge, with respect, the premise of your question? You say that Trump has a military option and Trump has a diplomatic option. And I would argue the two are interrelated. There's something called coercive diplomacy.
Right.
And I don't pretend to be an expert on Trump, but what I do understand is this. He's a tough negotiator. He believes in making deals that are good for, himself and the United States of America. And he thinks now the Iranians are weak. The Iranians are economically falling apart. Their regime is under great internal tensions. They barely